continent full of potential, a future full of possibility. The time is now. This May, the world watches Nairobi as Africa and France come together for innovation, growth, and the partnerships that will define our tomorrow. This is the Africa Forward Summit. On May 11th, KBC and Y254 go live from the University of Nairobi for the Africa Forward Business Forum, where 1,500 leaders, CEOs, and young entrepreneurs connect for green growth, AI, and investment. Then on May 12th, we take you live to the Kenyatta International Convention Center for the main Heads of State Summit, with the main focus being green industrialization and energy transition, reform of the international financial architecture, blue economy, sustainable agriculture, peace and security. Africa Forward Summit, live on KBC Channel 1 and Y254. Don't miss it.
Maridadi kabisa mtazamaji, wanasema mbiu ya mgambo ikilia lazima kuna jambo. Ujambo, ni siku ya 11 mwezi Mei mwaka 2026. Natumai huu mzima kama kigongo na bweri wa afya. Tuangazie baadhi ya taarifa kuu mtazamaji hii leo, kwani tumekuandalia taarifa chungu nzima. Lakini kwanza naomba nikuamshe hamu.
We have our own resources here. And we are saying we are going to use our African resources to industrialize our region.
Shughuli si haba za sheheni. Kongamano la ushirikiano baina ya Ufaransa na mataifa ya bara Afrika liking'oa nanga jijini Nairobi.
We are working to build partnerships with the French companies, also that we can strengthen our financial capability.
Sekta ya benki humu nchini yapania kupanua huduma ili kuwa kwenye mstari wa mbele wa uwekezaji na ubunifu barani Afrika. Na tume ya IBC ya kusanya maoni kuhusu mkakati wake wa miaka 5 unaojumuisha maandalizi ya uchaguzi mkuu wa mwaka ujao. Safi kabisa mtazamaji, ni fahari yangu kukuletea darubini hii leo. Anayekuwasilishia matangazo haya kwa lugha ishara ni Lensa Odingo. Mimi ni Ben Chumba. Hujambo na karibu. Kenya inatafuta fursa ya kujiweka mbele kama kivutio cha kipekee kwa vijana wenye vipaji katika sekta za kidijitali na uvumbuzi. Akizungumza katika siku ya kwanza ya mkutano wa ushirikiano baina ya mataifa ya Afrika na Ufaransa, Rais William Ruto alisema Kenya inawekeza pakubwa katika miundo msingi ya kidijitali na kuweka nguzo muhimu kama vile vituo vya data ili kukuza ushirikishi wa vijana katika uchumi wa kidijitali.
There is every reason why we should have the right knowledge acquisition. We need to fine-tune the whole ecosystem around education. In Kenya, we have had to review the education system and to make it competence-based. There was a time we were teaching and the education was about academics and what you can cram and what you can regurgitate and what you can do. Today we are changing that to be much more experiential so that we get more skills, we get more competencies, and that is why 60% of our education is now targeted to STEM subjects that will inform what these two great young leaders are talking about. We have had to invest more in education, making sure that they have the right education, they have the right skills, they have the right competencies so that they can participate meaningfully. Number two is infrastructure, digital infrastructure, making sure that we have fiber optic across our countries, making sure that it is accessible, creating spaces.
Mtazamaji, bado tumekuandalia taarifa chungu nzima kufungamana tu na kongamano hilo la kipekee ambalo linaajiri katika jiji la Nairobi, lakini kwanza tuangazie taarifa nyingine ambapo tume huru ya uchaguzi na uratibu wa mipaka IBC imewahakikishia wapiga kura kwamba chaguzi ndogo zilizopangwa kuandaliwa Alhamisi tarehe 14 mwezi huu katika eneo bunge la haki na kupuuzilia mbali hofu ya udanganyifu. Wakati huo IBC imekamilisha mpango wake wa kimkakati wa mwaka 2024-2029 na imetoa muda wa siku 14 kwa wadau kuwasilisha mapendekezo yao ili yazingatiwe. Tume huru ya uchaguzi na uratibu wa mipaka iliandaa hafla ya uidhinishaji wa wadau kutoka nje kwa mpango wake wa kimkakati wa mwaka 2024-2029 na mpango wa shughuli za uchaguzi. Miongoni mwa mikakati muhimu kwenye mpango huo ni usimamizi wa uchaguzi, mashauriano na umma na uhusishaji, uwakilishi sawa na uthabiti wa kitaasisi. IBC imewataka wadau kuwasilisha nyaraka za mapendekezo yao kabla ya kukamilisha mpango huo wa kimkakati.
We invite you to interrogate the draft document, identify the gaps, and propose practical, evidence-based recommendations.
The Commission also prioritizes electoral technology in the operation plan and how that will impact in the next general election.
Successful conclusion of this process today and beyond will then help us to map out and decisively handle any electoral challenges and opportunities going into the 2027 general election.
Huku hayo yakijiri, tume hiyo imesema maandalizi yamekamilika kwa chaguzi ndogo za Alhamisi tarehe 14 mwezi huu katika eneo bunge la Amuru wa Dikir katika kaunti ya Narok, wadi ya Poro katika kaunti ya Samburu na wadi ya Endo huko Elgeyo Marakwet.
We are fully prepared. We have been able to dispatch our materials. Our officers have been trained, and us as commissioners, we are in the picture of everything that is happening, and we are looking forward to ensuring that we shall also have a very successful by-election. Anybody who will be in the ballot paper qualifies to be there, and any person who will be going against the rules and the procedures, we shall not allow anything like that to happen.
IBC pia inajiandaa kwa wajibu wake wa kikatiba wa uratibu wa mipaka ambao utatekelezwa kwa awamu. Yusuf Farah, Darubini. Na kasisi wa kanisa la PCEA Tabuga Julius Ndumia aliyeuawa mnamo tarehe 3 mwezi huu katika eneo la kanisa hilo na watu wasiojulikana amezikwa hivi leo huko Tetu, kaunti ya Nyeri. Viongozi wa upinzani waliohudhuria mazishi hayo wakiongozwa na aliyekuwa naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua walikashifu mauaji hayo. Giverson Maina huyo hapa na taarifa hiyo.
Familia, marafiki na waumini walikusanyika hivi leo huko Tetu, kaunti ya Nyeri, kuaga marehemu kasisi wa kanisa la PCA Julius Ndumia. Kasisi huyo alipatikana akiwa ameuawa eneo la Bahati, kaunti ya Nakuru mnamo Mei tarehe 3 mwaka huu katika eneo la kanisa la PCA Tabuga. Familia na marafiki walimwomboleza kama mtumishi aliyemwogopa Mungu na mpenda amani.
Ndiye wanatushikilia.
Viongozi wa upinzani wakiongozwa na kiongozi wa chama cha DCP Rigathi Gachagua walisikitika kwamba kanisa limeacha kuwa eneo salama na kuyataja matukio ya hivi punde ya wahuni wa kukodeshwa kusambaratisha mikutano ya kanisa.
The insecurity in Nakuru is on another level. We are calling for a purge of the security chiefs in Nakuru so that we can have order and people can feel safe.
Gachagua na washirika wake wa upinzani akiwemo kiongozi wa chama cha DAP-K Eugene Wamalwa walitoa wito wa haki ya haraka kwa marehemu.
We'll fight for the justice of your colleague. We'll shout from the rooftop until Mama Esther and her children and the church gets justice.
Reverend Ndumia did not die a normal death. He was murdered. And indeed, this is a murder most foul. So we are here not just to stand with the family, with the church, but to demand for justice.
Kama mchungaji ataenda hivi na tukose kuona majibu kamili, nadhani ujasiri wa magaidi utaendelea kuwa na kwenda juu.
Pia walitoa wito kwa serikali kuhakikishia viongozi wa makanisa usalama wao. Polisi wanaochunguza mauaji ya kasisi huyo wanawazuilia washukiwa wawili. Giverson Maina, Darubini.
Mtazamaji, ripoti yake Giverson Maina ndo mwanzo inatufikisha dakika 8 hivi baada ya saa 1 kamili saa za Afrika Mashariki. Awamu ya kwanza inakamilika ambayo imekuwa tu ni kionjo. Usiende mbali, tunarejea na habari zaidi, na kama nilivyokudokezea bado tuna taarifa chungu nzima kuhusiana na kongamano ambalo linaendelea katika jiji la Nairobi. Kwa hivyo usiende mbali.
Wakenya, ni wakati mwingine wa kuhakikisha kuwa umefile KRA returns. Je, uko rada una challenge yoyote? Usiwe na shaka. KRA wakishirikiana na KBC Channel 1 wanakuja hapo ulipo kusaidia kufile returns na kulipia ushuru wako. Jiunge na msafara wa KRA Roadshow, uwe fiti mambo ya returns. Jumanne ya tarehe 12 mwezi Mei, tutazuru eneo la Nyeri kuanzia Karatina. Tuingie Mkurueni, Othaya, Nyeri Town, Mweiga, Kiawara, Chaka na hatimaye tumalizie na Rumoro. Tarehe 30 Juni iko mlangoni. Usingoje hadi dakika za mwisho. File KRA returns mapema. Ishi bila stress. Jijue, jibeta. KRA, tulipe ushuru, tujitegemee.
Thinking of an unforgettable start of the day? Plan on having the breakfast with the Mountain Bongos.
They're active in the evening and in the morning hours and through the night. So during the day, they are out sleeping and hiding.
Kerere ni nini sasa?
Wewe ulipata wapi hiyo madaraka ya kufanya mpaka uongeze vitu bei?
Wewe acha kulalisha
Matumbo na ugali? Eite wo
150 mpaka hiyo achana nao.
Kwa mtu ukua, ingia ndani kwa utakula.
Hata pesa yako ni pesa ngapi?
50 bob tu.
Hani kwani wewe una uchanja ya Nairobi? Niko na kashita kadogo lakini unajua nikakupwa kwangu inakaa kama elephant lakini kwako ni kainsi.
Sina pesa.
Haya.
Unafanya nini? Unataka kuwekea watu sumu?
Ando. Na nikilo paje. Unaniangaliaje hapa na nabisha?
Aya.
Unaonyesha nani meno? Ukicheka tena na kuvunja, si ati nini? Amua nataka nikuvunje.
Futu weka bavu, weka.
Karibu tena mtazamaji. Na sasa sekta ya benki nchini inaweka mikakati ya ushirikiano ili kukuza upatikanaji mtaji kwa urahisi pamoja na kubuni nafasi zaidi kwa vijana, huku taifa hili likishinikiza kustawisha nafasi yake ya kuwa kitovu cha uvumbuzi na uwekezaji katika ukanda.
With the French companies, so that we can strengthen our financial capability with the French companies, so that we can strengthen our financial capability. We have signed 2 agreements with Propaco, that is the development bank for France. We have an agreement with the French Development Agency, and also we have with the BPI, the 3 financial institutions.
Wadau walitoa wito wa kuimarishwa kwa ushauri katika nyanja za sayansi, teknolojia, uhandisi na hisabati kwa ajili ya kizazi kijacho cha viongozi wanaoendeleza mabadiliko ya kiuchumi na kidijitali ya bara hili.
Anybody who has a passion for science, we are here as examples, but we also mentor, role model, and also coach the young girls, and I think we are already breaking the glass ceiling.
Kongamano hili linajiri huku kukiwa na mikakati ya upanuzi wa huduma za benki barani pamoja na uwekezaji nje ya mipaka ya mataifa, huku taasisi za kifedha zikinuia kuimarisha biashara humu barani Afrika pamoja na kufungua malango ya fursa mpya za kiuchumi. Ndutamo Kami, Darubini.
Na usalama mtazamaji uliimarishwa jijini Nairobi, huku viongozi wa serikali na wawekezaji kutoka kote ulimwenguni wakihudhuria kongamano la ushirikiano baina ya Ufaransa na bara Afrika. Kutoka angani hadi barabarani, huduma za usalama ziliendelezwa ili kuhakikisha jiji la Nairobi ni shwari. Kasichana Masha ana taarifa kamili.
Barabara za University Way na Harithuku zilishuhudia ulinzi mkali leo, huku waliokuwa wakielekea kazini pekee wakiruhusiwa kupita. Wafanyikazi wa shirika la utangazaji la Kenya KBC, chuo kikuu cha Nairobi na kituo cha utamaduni cha Kenya walikumbana na msako mkali wakielekea kazini. Yote hayo kwa minajili ya usalama wakati wa kongamano la ngazi ya juu lililowaleta pamoja viongozi wa kimataifa kiwemo Rais wa Ufaransa Emmanuel Macron. Mpangilio wa usalama ulikuwa mkali kwa baadhi ya wananchi.
Sija feel vibaya. Kwa hivyo mimi naelewa ni kazi wako, mimi si ofisa kama wao. Mimi si kati ya watu mashauri wanaongoja hapo. Kwa hivyo naelewa.
The economy of Kenya is top in East Africa and Central Africa. So this is very much in line with our goals and our position as a leading country in Africa.
Pass across the bridge, you will see the details of the security everywhere. They want to know where you're heading, the purpose, if you have the card.
Angani, usalama uliimarishwa na helikopta. Magari ya ambulensi yalikuwa tayari kwa ajili ya dharura yoyote. Barabara ya Harithuku pia ilikuwa na shughuli si haba. Kasichana Masha, Darubini.
Wakati huo Rais William Ruto ametaja uboreshaji na upanuzi wa ofisi ya Umoja wa Mataifa jijini Nairobi kuwa kielelezo thabiti cha ushirikishwaji, usawa na kijiografia na umoja katika mfumo wa shirika la Umoja wa Mataifa. Akizungumza wakati wa hafla ya kuweka jiwe la msingi kwa ujenzi wa ofisi iliyopanuliwa huko Gigiri, alipoandamana na Katibu Mkuu wa Umoja wa Mataifa Antonio Guterres, Rais Ruto alisema mradi huo wa mageuzi utachangia miundombinu muhimu kuwa ya kisasa.
Siku ya kwanza ya kongamano la ushirikiano kati ya Ufaransa na Afrika lilisheheni shughuli chungu nzima, kando na eneo maalum katika chuo kikuu cha Nairobi ambapo Rais William Ruto alishauriana na wadau wakuu duniani. Huko Gigiri jijini Nairobi, Rais Ruto pamoja na Katibu Mkuu wa Umoja wa Mataifa Antonio Guterres walizindua rasmi msingi wa upanuzi wa ofisi ya Umoja wa Mataifa.
Kenya remains committed and assures you of support for the United Nations through a whole of government approach, including what we are investing close to $1.1 billion of domestic resources.
What has been achieved here is not just buildings, it's a blueprint for the future. The new offices are UN's first net zero building powered year-round by on-site solar.
Rais Ruto alisema uwekezaji huo utachangia pakubwa upanuzi wa miundo msingi muhimu, huku Umoja wa Mataifa ukiahidi kuunga mkono mikakati ya kuleta maendeleo barani Afrika.
This is particularly important at a time when multilateralism is under considerable strain from geopolitical fragmentation, growing mistrust, fiscal pressures, and widening global inequalities.
And it means easing debt burdens, lowering the cost of capital, and mobilizing far greater investment and market access in support of Africa's sustainable development.
Rais William Ruto pia alishauriana na Brice Oligui Nguema, rais wa Jamhuri ya Gabon, katika ikulu ya Nairobi wakati wa ziara yake humu nchini kuhudhuria kongamano la ushirikiano wa Ufaransa na Afrika. Masuala yaliyopewa kipaumbele kwenye ajenda ni mashauriano kuhusu kuimarisha uhusiano kati ya Kenya na Gabon katika sekta ya elimu kupitia upanuzi wa fursa za msaada wa masomo, mafunzo ya kiufundi na mipango ya kubadilishana maarifa inayonuiwa kuwapa vijana ujuzi wa kuleta mabadiliko ya kiuchumi barani Afrika. Rais Ruto pia alitumia fursa hiyo kumwomba Rais Nguema kuiunga Kenya mkono katika kumuunga mkono jaji wa mahakama ya juu Njoki Ndung'u katika kuwania nafasi ya jaji wa mahakama ya kimataifa ICC. Kamchemenza, Darubini.
Na halmashauri ya ukusanyaji ushuru nchini KRA imesema imenakili idadi kubwa ya watu wanaojiunga na mpango mpya ulioanzishwa hivi majuzi wa ukusanyaji wa ushuru unaotumiwa na wafanyakazi kuwasilisha kumbukumbu za malipo ya ushuru. Kwenye kampeni yake inaendelea kwa jina Jijue Jibeta katika eneo la kati mwa nchi, halmashauri hiyo imesema inalenga kukusanya shilingi milioni 300 katika eneo hilo. Baada ya ziara iliyofana katika kaunti ya Kiambu mwishoni mwa wiki iliyopita, halmashauri ya KRA ilishirikiana na shirika la KBC ilizuru kaunti ya Murang'a. Mamia walipa ushuru katika mji wa Kabati, Kenol, Sabasaba, Maragwa, Murang'a, Kangema na Kiraini walijitokeza kuwasilisha kumbukumbu zao za malipo ya ushuru. Kampeni hiyo itaelekezwa kaunti ya Nyeri kesho.
We are working with WhatsApp. Filing with using WhatsApp, and especially for the people who have smartphones. The people who don't have smartphones, they still have an option of filing using USSD, *222, *5#. The reception has been good so far. We've met so many people who have not necessarily smartphones, but kabambes. Usually it's called katululu. Yeah, those are the ones we managed to serve so much. So I bet this year we'll be able to get more numbers compared to last year because we've really simplified our solutions.
Nilikuwa nimesikia KRA atapitia hapa Kiriaini. Kasikia kwa radio, kasikia watapitia. Nikawa mimi nangoja kwa hamu kwa sababu nilikuwa sijui kufile. Wakati mimi nimekuja hata sijakaa dakika 3 ama 4, dakika 5 tu kawa nimemaliziwa na kawa niko ready. Hata hii kufile ilikuwa ngumu kwangu wenyewe, ilikuwa ngumu wakati tulionana na hawa.
Na waziri wa usalama wa taifa Kipchumba Murkomen amekariri kujitolea kwa serikali kuzifariji familia zilizoathirika na mkasa wa maporomoko ya mgodi katika kaunti ya Pokot Magharibi. Murkomen amesema serikali imepeleka msaada wa kibinadamu ikiwa ni pamoja na chakula na bidhaa nyingine muhimu kusaidia jamii zilizoathirika.
Waziri wa usalama wa kitaifa Kipchumba Murkomen leo alitembelea eneo la Romos huko Kacheliba, kaunti ya Pokot Magharibi, ambako mkasa wa kuporomoka kwa mgodi wa dhahabu ulisababisha vifo vya watu 15.
Kila familia ambao walipoteza mtu yao
nitatuma county commissioner apelekee familia yao, kila familia 1,100.
Waziri huyo alisema usaidizi kama huo pia utatolewa kwa familia zilizoathiriwa na mkasa wa kuporomoka kwa mgodi wa dhahabu katika kijiji cha Ogago, eneo la Sakwa kaskazini, kaunti ya Siaya.
Wale ambao wanajimudu kimaisha kwa kuchimba gold, wale wanaitwa artisanal mines, mko na haki ya kufanya ile kazi mnafanya na mko na haki ya kujimudu katika maisha yenu.
Viongozi wa eneo hilo akiwemo Gavana Simon Kachapin na wabunge walitoa wito kwa wachimbaji migodi kote nchini kuzingatia kanuni za usalama ili kuepusha matukio kama hayo.
Tumepoteza watu hapa, lakini tumepoteza watu wengi, na ile mtu aliongea hapa alisema tumepoteza hii miaka yote kwa sababu ya kutokuwa na usalama.
Giverson Maina, Darubini.
Na maafisa wa shirika la utangazaji humo nchini KBC pamoja na wenzao wa kamati kuu ya huduma Kenya wamesaini mkataba utakaohakikisha huduma za shirika la KBC zinafikia wananchi kwa urahisi kupitia majukwaa ya vituo vya huduma. Katibu katika idara ya uwekezaji wa umma na usimamizi wa mali Cyril Odede amesema ushirikiano huo utakaoanza kwenye kituo cha huduma cha Makadara utasambazwa kwenye kaunti zote 47 katika kipindi cha mwaka mmoja ujao.
Mnamo Jumatatu kwenye kituo cha huduma kilichoko Makadara, kaunti ya Nairobi, maafisa wa kamati kuu ya huduma Kenya pamoja na wenzao wa shirika la utangazaji hapa nchini KBC walikutana kusaini mkataba wa kihistoria utakaopunguza gharama kwa Wakenya pamoja na wakati mwingi wa kusafiri kutoka maeneo mbalimbali hadi makao makuu ya shirika hili jijini Nairobi kwa ajili ya kupata huduma za matangazo.
This collaboration exemplifies the whole government approach that seeks to break down institutional silos and foster coordination across ministries, departments, and agencies for enhanced service delivery.
Through this partnership, you can now walk into any Huduma center, not just here in Makadara, but across all 59 centers nationwide, and 1. Book an advertisement on KBC.
Ushirikiano huo unaoanza kwenye kituo cha huduma cha Makadara jijini Nairobi kabla ya kusambazwa katika vituo vyote 59 kote nchini katika kipindi cha mwaka mmoja ujao umetajwa kwa utekelezwaji mwafaka wa ajenda ya mabadiliko ya kiuchumi nchini.
This partnership, which as we have been told has taken a fairly short time, and congratulations to both managers, MDs, for that speed of execution, is a strategic response to the whole of government doctrine championed by His Excellency President William Samoei Ruto. And it's actually a direct implementation of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda.
Kituo cha huduma cha Makadara kinawahudumia takriban Wakenya 1,500 kila siku. Mkataba huo unaelezea kinaganaga aina za huduma, uwajibikaji, majukumu na wajibu pamoja na kutoa maelezo ya wazi, mafupi na yanayoweza kupimika ya upatikanaji wa huduma na ubora. Mbali na hayo, unaelezea shughuli muhimu zitakazotekelezwa na kila upande ili kusaidia katika ubora, ufanisi na utoaji huduma ipasavyo.
The partnership enables the corporation to leverage its strengths, expands its reach, and remains competitive in a dynamic media environment.
We are integrating with eCitizen so that you can even make more requests from your phone. And we're exploring AI to make the process faster because your time matters.
We are looking towards making Huduma Kenya a really one-stop shop when we finally get to have all front-facing government services being offered in Huduma Center.
Chini ya mkataba huo, mali inayotokana na ubunifu na ambayo imemilikiwa kwa pamoja na Huduma Kenya na shirika la utangazaji hapa nchini KBC baada ya kuanza kwa mkataba huo itamilikiwa kwa pamoja na taasisi zote mbili, lakini mali inayotokana na ubunifu na kumilikiwa na taasisi zote mbili kibinafsi itasalia kuwa mali ya taasisi hiyo. Mkataba huo utaendelea kwa kipindi cha miaka 3 hadi upande wowote utakapoomba kufanyiwa mabadiliko au kusitishwa kwake. Huduma za shirika la utangazaji hapa nchini sasa zimerahisishwa kwa kuletwa karibu na wewe kupitia mifumo ya Huduma Center. Tilio Marco nikiripotia Darubini kutoka Makadara, kaunti ya Nairobi.
potential, a future full of possibility. The time is now. This May, the world watches Nairobi as Africa and France come together for innovation, growth, and the partnerships that will define our tomorrow. This is the Africa Forward Summit. On May 11th, KBC and Y254 go live from the University of Nairobi for the Africa Forward Business Forum, where 1,500 leaders, CEOs, and young entrepreneurs connect for green growth, AI, and investment. Then on May 12th, we take you live to the Kenyatta International Convention Center for the main Heads of State Summit, with the main focus being green industrialization and energy transition, reform of the international financial architecture, blue economy, sustainable agriculture, peace and security. Africa Forward Summit, live on KBC Channel 1 and Y254. Don't miss it.
Nairobi, your time is now. Masani ya kutoka vlog na KBC imeamua lazima uomoke. Tutakuwa tunakaa mtaa yako kukuomosha very fast. Jibu maswali zangu 3 tu. Tuoneka kweli wewe ni true fan wa KBC Channel 1. Na ukizipata 25K ni yako. So make sure una watch KBC Channel 1. Alafu kinicheki kwa streets. Niulize kana kuomosha leo. Omoka na KBC Channel 1. Wanga bad ni mbaya.
Na barabara mpenzi mtazamaji, sasa ni wakati wa kudunda viwanjani. Mimi ni Daniel Mwendwa. Rais William Ruto ametoa wito kwa Afrika kubadili mtazamo wa michezo kutoka kwa shughuli za burudani au ushindani pekee na kuifanya kuwa nyenzo muhimu ya diplomasia, teknolojia na maendeleo ya miundombinu. Akizungumza katika kongamano la African Forward Summit, Rais alisema kuwa kuchukua mkondo unaolenga uwekezaji kutafungua fursa nyingi za sekta ya michezo barani Afrika kuzalisha mapato yatakayosaidia kuunda ajira. Pia aliwahimiza wasimamizi wa viwanja kwa mechi moja kwa wiki pekee na badala yake kuvitumia kwa shughuli mbalimbali kama huduma za ukarimu, mikutano ya kibiashara na uzalishaji wa maudhui ya vyombo vya habari ili kuongeza mapato na kuchochea ukuaji wa uchumi.
Right here in Nairobi, we are developing the Talanta Sports City, not stadium, city, anchored by the world-class Raila Odinga Sports Stadium, alongside state-of-the-art training facilities, hospitality, infrastructure, commercial spaces, including media production centers and smart mobility systems. It is a historic opportunity. An opportunity to build one of the world's most dynamic sports economies. And I'm happy that we are discussing sports and money and economists. An opportunity to turn talent into enterprise, passion into prosperity, and potential into real power.
Tukisonga mbele ni kuwa viongozi na washikadau wa michezo nchini wamesifia hatua ya kuandaliwa kwa kongamano la Afrika na Ufaransa kuwa nafasi nzuri kwa mataifa ya bara Afrika kuweka wazi mikakati yao ya uboreshaji miundombinu na ukuzaji wa vipaji barani Afrika. Aliyekuwa kinara wa kamati ya Olimpiki nchini Paul Tergat aliwakilisha rais wa kamati ya Olimpiki duniani Christy Coventry alisema kuwa bara la Afrika lina nafasi ya kujivunia urithi utakaoachwa na michezo ijayo ya Olimpiki kwa vijana itakayofanyika nchini Senegal baada ya mwaka huu. Taifa la Ufaransa limeshirikiana na Kenya katika fani za michezo, huku timu za Kenya zikipata nafasi ya kufanyia mazoezi katika mji wa Miramas kabla ya michezo ya Olimpiki ya mwaka 2024. Kinara wa kamati ya Olimpiki nchini Shedrack Maluki alisifia uhusiano huo, huku akisema kuwa kamati hiyo sasa inapania kupanua uhusiano wake na Ufaransa na kuzingatia sekta za michezo na sayansi, matamshi yaliyoungwa mkono na katibu katika Wizara ya Michezo Elijah Mwangi.
It's an event that will leave a lasting legacy by delivering sustainable sports infrastructure, promoting the Olympic values and building human capacity in a new generation of skilled African event professionals.
What we are looking for is to grow sports and throw it to the skies in our country. We need to embrace science because that is an area which we really need to grow. Because sports has gone scientific. We cannot just rely on raw talent.
For sport you're practicing, that's a way of creating links. That's a way of helping the youth. That's a way of developing a country.
Tukisonga mbele ni kuwa kinara wa shirikisho la soka humu nchini CAF Patrice Motsepe leo aliandaa kikao na wanaoandaa michuano ya AFCON mwaka 2027 Kenya, Uganda na Tanzania. Kikao hicho kiliandaliwa ili kuweza kuonyesha uendelezi wa Kenya, Uganda na Tanzania kwenye maandalizi ya michuano hiyo ya bara Afrika ijao mwaka ujao.
Motsepe alipongeza maendeleo makubwa yaliyofikiwa na mataifa matatu mwenyeji na kueleza imani yake kwamba makala ya pamoja ya AFCON mwaka 2027 itakuwa mafanikio makubwa sana.
Under your leadership in partnership with our minister in Kenya, good progress has been made and this is going to be an enormously successful.
Mataifa mwenyeji yalithibitisha tena dhamira yao ya kuendeleza ushirikiano wa karibu ili kuhakikisha maandalizi yanakamilika kikamilifu na kuandaa AFCON yenye mafanikio makubwa zaidi katika historia ya mashindano hayo.
We work on the hardware, which is the infrastructure and the stadiums. I assure you that we will be working on the software so that we give all the fans across the world a spectacular event. For those who will visit the region, you will be happy and proud of East Africa.
Mkutano huo ulihudhuriwa na waziri wa michezo Salim Mvurya, katibu wa michezo Elijah Mwangi, rais wa shirikisho la soka nchini Uganda Moses Magogo, pamoja na waziri wa michezo Peter Ogwang, rais wa shirikisho la soka la Tanzania Wallace Karia, pamoja na waziri wa michezo Paul Makonda na kamati andalizi ya AFCON. Michael Mwandiga, Darubini Michezo.
Timu ya wanaume ya mpira wa mkono ya Equity Bank ipo kileleni mwa jedwali ya ligi kuu ya mchezo huo humu nchini baada ya kutamba kwenye mechi zilizochezwa wikendi iliyopita. Katika upande wa wanawake, Ulinzi Sharks wanaongoza msimamo wa ligi kwa alama 15 baada ya kufanya vizuri katika kampeni yao hadi sasa.
Equity imekuwa na msimu wa kuvutia ikishinda mechi 12 kati ya 13 ilizocheza na kupoteza mechi moja pekee. Uchezaji wao mzuri umewapatia alama 24 na hivyo kwa mbele alama 3 dhidi ya National Cereals and Produce Board. Ulinzi Shooters wanashikilia nafasi ya 3. Katika upande wa wanawake, Ulinzi Sharks wanaongoza msimamo wa ligi kwa alama 15 baada ya kufanya vizuri katika kampeni yao hadi sasa. Nairobi Water Queens wako kwenye nafasi ya pili wakiwa na alama 14, huku National Cereals and Produce Board wakiridhika na nafasi ya 3 kwa alama 13.
Kufuatia taarifa hiyo, sina mengi mtazamaji la kurejesha kwake Ben Chumba kukamilisha darubini ya leo ili tucheze tena siku ya kesho. Mimi ni Daniel Mwendwa, bye bye kwa sasa.
Mtazamaji, imekuwa fahari yangu pia kukuletea darubini hii leo.
ikiwa ni siku ya kwanza ya kongamano la kipekee ambalo linaendelea katika jiji la Nairobi. Zidi kutazama runinga KBC Channel 1 kwani tutakuwa tunakupasha taarifa tu kuhusiana na kongamano hilo. Lakini kwa sasa mimi sina la ziada ila kutoa shukrani jazila kwa wale wote waliofanikisha matangazo haya. Kesho pia ni siku, lakini sasa tembelea tovuti yetu ama pia mitandao yetu ya kijamii ikiwemo Facebook, mtandao wa X na vile YouTube at KBC Channel 1 ili upate taarifa zaidi. Kwa heri, uwe na heri. Mimi ni Ben Chumba.
A continent full of potential, a future full of possibility. The time is now. This May, the world watches Nairobi as Africa and France come together for innovation, growth, and the partnerships that will define our tomorrow. This is the Africa Forward Summit. On May 11th, KBC and Y254 go live from the University of Nairobi for the Africa Forward Business Forum, where 1,500 leaders, CEOs, and young entrepreneurs connect for green growth, AI, and investment. Then on May 12th, we take you live to the Kenyatta International Convention Center for the main Heads of State Summit, with the main focus being green industrialization and energy transition, reform of the international financial architecture, blue economy, sustainable agriculture, peace and security. Africa Forward Summit, live on KBC Channel 1 and Y254. Don't miss it.
Nimeosha mkono huko nje.
Na nilikuwa nakuletea maji. Kerere ni ya nini sasa?
Sisi osha hapo nje.
Si utaniharibia kazi hapa. Kazi yangu hapa ni ya kuletea mtu wanawe, mwenye huko akikuja kukute huko, si utakuwa umenifanya nimefutwa kazi wewe?
Ai.
Hebu lete mkono.
Ninawa tena?
Si ndio, hebu lete mkono acha kunisumbua. Na next time ukikuja hapa, ngoja nikunawishe, si atu ukimbie huko upeleke Kerere yako huko uniharibie kazi. Unasikia?
Wewe unasomea customer.
Customer nini? Nakwambia ukweli. Seti na kusomea. Na unakula nini?
Nataka maharagwe na chapati.
Maharagwe na chapati?
Eh.
Wanakulipisha gangapi? Nini unashanga we mzee?
Shilingi 150.
150?
Eh.
Kwanzia leo unalipa 200.
Ati?
Mambo imegeuka. Hata ushaingia hapa lazima ulipe 200. Unasikia? Na siku nyingine usikuje kuniharibia kazi hapa. Mzee wako mimi usimlete.
Mungu naye ego ya maajabu. Naona hii kitu ni kama gari moshi kabisa. Nakata Kenya.
Wewe ole matope. Unafanya nini hapa?
Nilikuwa unangoja oe.
Unangoja na unaona mlango imefungwa na kufuli, ulikuwa unangoja, ulikuwa unajua nakuja saa ngapi?
Nilikuwa naonelea unajua nimejua kama uko eja utasunguka na utarudi tu.
Ole Matope, mimi hata nilikuwa sirudi hapa. Kuna mtu amekuona ndio akaniambia uko hapa ndio nikarudi.
Haya, huyo mtu abarikiwe sana, amefanya mzuri. Sasa unajua unatuambianga wakati mtu yuko akili mzuri unaangalia mbele, sio hapa. Sasa kuna mahali nimeangalia mbele nikaona kuna hitilafu haiko sawa.
Hitilafu gani?
Hitilafu mahali inakuja. Tunaona hii pesa ambayo unanitumanga
kwa sikia nikuambie, kama umepoteza pesa usijaribu kuniletea hiyo upuzi hapa.
Sio kupotea, imepotea mama. Tulia. Hii pesa vile yuko, unanipeanga 1,300 ya kununua bidhaa. Alafu 200 na fare. Hapo ndio shida yuko.
Fare imefanya nini?
Ndio naona imepungua kidogo.
Haitoshi kwa nini na kila siku inatosha?
Si unajua mama kaya hii vile kunaenda inchi. Kwani hujasoma mahabari? Ujasikia watu ya mafuta yamepanda sasa bei sana. Hapo ndio shida iko.
Kwa hivyo
watu hii ya matatu na kipikipi wakisikia mafuta na panda wanapandisha fare ya juu sasa ya US tosha 200.
Na kuuliza swali. Umeenda kwa kuta hiyo bei imepandishwa?
Aja sijaenda lakini najua wanakuanga na WhatsApp yao wanaongeleshana huko tani wanaambiana tupandishe fare. Sasa ukienda kwa matatu unakuta mahali ya 100 imefika 200.
Wewe uko kwa WhatsApp sasa umetumia ukaambiwa hivyo?
Siko kwa hiyo WhatsApp yao lakini najua wanakuwa online.
Mimi nakushanga haujienda ukajua kama imepanda ama haijapanda, ni story tu unaanza kueneza na kueneza. Mimi mwenyewe hapa nilipo nimepanda matatu asubuhi. Na nimelipa vile mimi wanalipa kawaida yangu. Wewe imekuaje yako imepanda?
Ama wanangoja masaa iende. Mimi naona wakipandisha.
Sikiza nikwambie, sitaki mchezo Ole Matope, shika njia uende zako.
Mbona chapa basi yako na kida?
Ati sawa ni wewe.
Na ujue mama nikiata nikute bei imepanda takupigia simu uniongezee fare.
Na kuambia hivyo Ole Matope, uende uje na hizo vitu, ukose kuja nazo kazi yako imeisha. Hivyo ndio nimekwambia. Kwenda.
Oi.
Ala.
Kwani unachiongeleza mzee?
Sini watu wako hapa.
Nani hao?
Watu hapa kwa hoteli.
Wamekuanyia nini?
Chakula kuongeza bei. Chakula ilikuwa nakula 150. Yaani hapo shilingi 200. Hata kama ni wewe utaweza kununua kitu kama hiyo.
Lakini si ushakula?
Sijakula.
Na kulipa?
Sijalipa. Mimi kwanza nikuulize kitu kimoja. Huyo ni nani? Kwanza nilikuwa naona kama ni mtoto. Tena naona ni mtu mkubwa na sheria zake nyingi kwanza hata nimesomea.
Anaitwa mwana mkuu, anakuwa hata alikuwa mwanasheria mkuu.
Ati?
Lakini kwake kwa nyumba anakuwa hatari sana.
Mimi sina hizo pesa za kulipa shilingi 200 na siwezi lipa, nimezoea kula 150.
Sasa unataka kuenda uache chakula?
Hiyo sheria zake, hata kama ni mwana mkuu, hata kama ni mwana mdogo. Mimi siko hapo.
Nisalimie wewe. Wewe unafikiri hiyo chakula itakuliwa na akina nani?
Wewe kunilazimisha, wewe kunilazimisha.
Utakula.
Sikiza. Wewe kunilazimisha. Unataka kwambia mgaka sasa hii kitu gani unafanya?
Tusisumbuane.
Tusisumbuane, wewe kunilazimisha.
Nitakuwekelea mzee, ingia ndani tukule.
Sikiza, kama nikuwekelea, sikiza nikwambie. Wewe. Kuna vitu vingine wacha na vitu gani?
Na tumefika haraka. Leo umekuja mbio, tumefika mbio sana. Nimefurahia hiyo maneno. Sasa pesa yako ni pesa ngapi?
50 bob tu.
50?
50 bob.
50 bob, kwa nini? Angalia wewe, 50 bob haiwezi kukutosha. Kwani wewe una uchanja ya Nairobi? Naona kila mtu amepandisha bei yao, imeenda juu, kila kitu imeenda juu, mafuta nini, wewe pato uko 50 bob.
Yangu ni ku-maintain customer.
Itabidi ukuwe mchanja.
Hiyo ndio haki yangu.
No, wachana na haki. Haki hiyo watu waliachana nayo kwanza. Kuwa mchanja. Saa hizi vile mambo na mafuta zimepanda, kila kitu imepanda, lazima pia wewe upandishe yako. Hata waisi utapaki Nairobi na utakuwa maskini. Hata utarudi nyumbani sasa vile unaenda.
Chani maintain tu hivyo.
Wewe kwani umetoka wapi? Kila mtu anachanjaruka. Hautawahi kununua ndege, hautawahi kuendelea. Angalia. Fanya hivi, hakuna shida. Sikisa tu. Mimi nakuchanua. Wewe uko na kapipi kweli?
Niko naye.
akuchanui, wacha huyu akuchanui, wacha mimi ndio nikuchanui. Na sisi nakutaka, sikutaki ni ile mambo tu na kuongea. Sasa fanya hivi, uko na receipt, nataka uniandikie receipt.
Lakini kwa pikipiki hakuna receipt.
Vile ndafanya pass, unisaidie tusaidiane. Mimi ndakutumia 200, si ndio? Alafu wewe unirudishie mimi 150. Unaelewa? Nikupatie 50 bob yako na nikuongezee 50 bob. Kila mtu atakuwa amekula.
Hapana. Ukinitumia hiyo 200 nitakurudishia 150 juu haki yangu ni 50 peke yake.
Utanirudi. Na hivyo ndo nataka ndio nipate receipt ndio niweze kudanganyana huku lazima ukue mchanja. Si ndio? Wacha nikutumie basi. Wacha nikutumie.
Haya. Haya.
Unafanya nini?
Sinatoa maziwa nimekuta peki mwagika. Haya, hebu
kuja.
Lakini wewe unanipeleka wapi? Nini unanivuta nini bana wewe?
Wacha kuniambia ninakuvuruta. Okay, unafanya nini pale?
Nilikuwa nakusaidia maziwa kwenda kumwagika nikaona nitoe.
Okay, umetumwa na nani kunisaidia? Umeambiwa na nani ninahitaji usaidizi?
Sijatumwa na mtu.
Ndio ukakuja kwa. Unajua sipetangi mtu anajaribu kufanya mchezo na kasi yangu ya chakula. Unataka kuwekea watu sumu?
Ati kuwekea watu sumu? Yaani gani unaniambia wewe?
Okay.
Nakwambia hivi mimi nafanya kazi hapa.
Uko kazi?
Okay,
umeandikwa na nani?
Wewe nani alikuandika kazi hapa?
Wewe umeandikwa na nani?
Mimi nalikuwa na mama Kayai, unasikia?
Okay, wewe ni Chamasunde.
Mimi naitwa mwana mkuu na ninafanya kazi hapa, unasikia? Shida yako ni nini?
Akakwambia ukuje kufanya pako kwa jikoni.
Si ndio?
Okay, ukiwa kama nani?
Ati nikiwa kama nani? Si nimeandikwa kazi hapa vile uliandikwa. Na ukitaka kujua, nifuate, muangalie utajua mwenyewe huko. Kiere.
Halo. Una ni diglo paje. Unaniangaliaje hapa na nabisha? Kwani wewe ni goshodo nini? Wewe ni nyang'anya?
Sichanyang'anya mtu, si hivyo.
Unasikia na banja nini wewe? Umesikia na banja nini?
Si chapanjika.
Na amesema unabanjika, unaonyesha nani meno?
Okay, sawa.
Cheke mbele yangu, sawa.
Ni vile nakupenda.
Kwani mimi ni nyang'anya unanipenda?
Sichanyang'anya mtu, si hivyo. Sielewi hiyo lugha yako.
Unaona vile nakuangalia?
Unajua nakuangalia nasikia umesikia ngori nikasi. Kwani wewe ndiye mbavu weka mawe?
Mimi ndo mmoja.
Aya!
Acha kucheka, ukibonga usicheke kando yangu, unacheka nini?
Ni sawa, ya na maanisha ulinifurahisha, isipokuwa huyo mtu alikuonga mali mbaya. Hata watu wote tulikasirika. Hapo alikuonga ni mbaya.
Sasa hapo ndo aliharibu. Sasa huyu ni mnyama.
Wewe ni mnyama?
Huyu ni mnyama. Huyu si binadamu.
Mnyama kama mgani?
Nani anapatia na shuksha hapa ndani? Acha kunipigisha mariba hakuna.
Suksa?
Nataka kuminya.
Nitakuhusia. Nilikuwa nasema hapa kuchua hivi wanakucha, mimi ni watchman hapa. Nilikuwa nataka tu nifunze hizo.
Nimekwambia kwanza niambie nani anapatia na food.
Chakula nitakupea. Ni vile nasema unifundishe ile.
Kufunza nini? Na sijamii.
Bwana wacha kunisika. Tayari umenisika mbaya.
Naenda kuvunja. Ukicheka tena na kuvunja.
Sawa, kwenda nikakupea chakula.
Ako wapi?
Kwenda nikakupea chakula.
Ukicheka tena na kuvunja, si ati nini? Ama unataka nikuvunje?
Vunja, weka mawe wewe.
A continent full of potential, a future full of possibility. The time is now. This May, the world watches Nairobi as Africa and France come together for innovation, growth, and the partnerships that will define our tomorrow. This is the Africa Forward Summit. On May 11th, KBC and Y254 go live from the University of Nairobi for the Africa Forward Business Forum, where 1,500 leaders, CEOs, and young entrepreneurs connect for green growth, AI, and investment. moment. Then on May 12th, we take you live to the Kenyatta International Convention Center for the main Heads of State Summit, with the main focus being green industrialization and energy transition, reform of the international financial architecture, blue economy, sustainable agriculture, peace and security. Africa Forward Summit, live on KBC Channel 1 and Y254. Don't miss it.
Hebu fikirie environment kama hii hapa Western Kenya. Eti mtu atatoka hapa aende Nairobi kusoma university to conquer the world. Mimi Andrew nitahakikisha hiyo ndoto imezimwa. Tazama hayo yote kwa Gundu KBC Tuesday to Thursday 7:30 p.m. Leo sio kesho.
We spotlight Kenya's brightest young minds, game-changing startups, and breakthrough technology that are shaping our future. From AI and robotics to sustainable futures, we bring you the stories behind the scenes. Only on KBC Channel 1. Remember, tech starts here.
Kuchukua takataka?
Nasikia wajalipwa miezi ngapi?
2.
Hii itabidi tutafute wale vijana wanatembea hapa. Tuwape waende watupe huko wanatupanga.
Kwa nini hawajalipwa? Mama kaya hajalipa wao?
Hawajapewa kitu, sasa itabidi wana ile vijana wanasungurukanga huko. Tuwapatie wajue kule wataenda kujipanga naye.
Na hawa vijana nani atalipa wao?
Hapo sasa pia kuna kisungumkuti. Sijui sasa nituelekee wapi ama tuanze na wapi.
Wale kuna vile nilikuwa nataka unisaidie kidogo. Okay, niko na kashita kadogo lakini unajua nikakupwa kwangu inakaa kama elephant lakini kwako ni kainsi. Please kama unaweza kunisaidia kwa sababu wewe ni mtu wangu unanikwamanga. Nikiwa na kikwamusi unanikwama. So please.
Masunde, sina pesa. Masunde pesa ndio sina kabisa.
Ulivu. Sasa nashindwa kweli. Mimi mtu mwenye kweli wewe nimekukuchia wewe, sijaenda kwa mtu mwingine because wewe ndio ni mtu mimi napenda na najua na kuamini tumekuwa marafiki kweli. Sasa alafu tena hutaki kunisaidia kweli.
Na pasali ungeenda kwa mtu mwingine kwa sababu sasa umeanza kunisoea. Okay, ni pesa ya nini?
Ni pesa ya transport. Transport. Pikipiki ambayo imenileta hapa inafaa kitakana alipwe. Unaona inji vile iko na mambo mingi saa hizi na mambo kila kitu imeongezwa. Wameongeza na wako niambia wameongeza.
Na ngapi?
1000.
1000.
Sasa kila kitu imepanda.
Kutoka wapi?
Market.
Masunde sokoni kufika hapa unalipishwa leo moja.
Sasa wewe unajua vile vitu zimepanda kwa inji yetu, kila kitu imeenda juu, imepanda juu. Wewe uelewi ali.
Unajua ukiongeza 500 kwa hiyo pesa Miritini.
Wapi?
Miritini Mombasa.
Mimi siendi kule. Mimi nilikuwa nimetoka soko ninakuja hapa chop.
Okay, fanya hivi. Ile amekubeba ni mama ama ni mwanaume?
Ni mwanaume.
Enda mwambia akuje tuongea na yeye kwa wanaume.
Sasa tena matope nene. Ni mimi ndiye amenilipisha. Sasa nikimleta hapa tena mambo. Akikuona wewe mwanaume atapandisha itakuwa double. Wacha tu nipe tu haki. Nipe.
Chama sema ni 1000.
1000 ni.
Okay. Nipatie namba yake ya simu nimweke.
Matope, kweli sasa wewe. Sasa huo mtu namba yake pande ya simu iliharibika ya kulipa. Si ningekuwa nimepatia yeye.
Okay, mnajuana? Okay, umejuaje simu yake imeharibika pande ya pesa na ni mtu amekubeba na nduthi yake?
Wewe na wewe unanichokesha. Sasa utanisaidia ama utanisaidia kwa sababu unanipigia kelele mimi nakuomba usaidizi. Nataka kitu rahisi sana. Sasa wewe kana hizo pesa zako. Kwani unafikiria wewe ni Mungu kwewe?
Ya 1,000. Wanafikiria hapa ni kwa ATM.
Nimemuona bwana. Nimemuona bwana. Mate, mambo?
Poa, habari yako?
Nzuri. Na unaotajua?
Mwanamkuu. Na utajua wewe umeona kuna jua hapa?
Oh, unapunga hewa.
Napunga hewa.
Na uko smart.
Kawaida yangu.
Nakwambia kazi nimefanya.
Umefanya kazi?
Nakwambia vitu nimeongeza bei kuongeza bei. Waulika mzee kengine hapo pia kalikuwa kananiletea ujinga kananiambia kanantaka. Ako nako nimekakamua kukakamua. Huko nakwambia biashara imenoga iko hivi. Leo utapata pesa, utafurahi.
Hebu nikuulize mwanamkuu, nilikuleta hapa ujofanya nini?
Si kazi kwa hoteli hiyo nimefanya leo.
Kuna pale yote tulikaa na wewe chini nikakwambia ati uongeze chakula bei ama ujibu watu ujeuri vile unaniambia unajibu watu ujeuri?
Hapana, kuna, lakini si unajua sasa mafuta imepanda, lazima vitu pia ziongezwe ndio tupate vitu.
Wewe, hata kama mafuta iliongezwa, vitu zinaendaga kwa mpango mwanamkuu. Na mimi mwenyewe ndio mwenye hoteli, mimi ndio ningeongeza. Wewe ulipata wapi hiyo madaraka ya kukufanya mpaka uongezee vitu bei?
Wewe mama Kayo achaga ufala.
Ati?
Achaga ufala.
Wewe unaniambia mimi ati niache ufala?
Sasa mama Kayo, kama mafuta imeongezwa, si uachage ufala. Ubaya yako ni kulalisha tu.
Sikia nikwambie, mimi sitaki tukosana nawe, manake naona pale unaelekea tutakosana. Na si vizuri tukosane. Mwanamkuu, enda ukatoa hiyo apron, uje nikulipe pesa zako uende zako.
Sasa umenifuta job.
Sasa taizana wapi na mtu kama mtu mjeuri kama nini? Hata mimi mwenyewe unanitafala sijui nini. Hiyo ni nini sasa?
Wewe achaga kulalisha. Hata nilishapata fomu huko. Ule mzee alikuwa ananikatia nda kuneoa, kaa na hiyo kazi yako.
Ala. Hii ni balaa nilijiletea ndani ya hoteli.
Karibuni wote, munakaribishwa. Leo tuko na offers mingi senye tumeweka kwa sababu yenu na tunawapenda. Unaweza kukaribia hoteli yetu, chakula ni tamu. Na kwanza ile Andi, hello. Karibu kwenye hoteli yetu. Tumeleta chakula mpya tamu senye utapenda. Sasa tumeamua kurepambish.
Ati what?
Kurepambish hoteli yetu ilikuwa, lakini sasa tumetengeleza ikakuwa sawa saiti. Sasa saisi tuko na chakula sawa. Utapenda?
Inaitwa aje hoteli yetu?
Hoteli yetu Fitimbis. It is very classic. Wewe kwanza vile unakaa uko na classic mingi. Hata ukae ni kama wewe ni wa huku, unakaa ni kama wewe ni wa huko Yugoslavia, wapi, China. Wewe unakaa wasichana wale sasa sawa. Utafurahia.
Na sasa niulize, iko hiyo hoteli yenu kuna pizza?
Pizza iko, lakini sasa tumeitengeleza style nyingine different kwa sababu sisi hatutaki kufanana na watu wote. Ndio nakwambia sasa, tuseme for example kama hiyo sasa tumeweka ikue matumbo na manini mandazi. Tumetengeleza poa. Hata skunje siko tu skunje. Una mix yote pamoja inakaa kama pizza.
Okay, sawa. Na iko wapi basi?
Iko, unaona ukiteremka na barabara, unateremka unafika kwa ile hoteli inaitwa Keso. Next, si unajua kuna hiyo hoteli Keso hawajui kitu. Next, sasa ni hoteli yetu. Ile kitu tutafanya, utaruka hiyo mtaro, kuna kamtaro hapo ifo inakuanga na kamachi. So unaruka tu kidogo, alafu unaingia kwa hoteli yetu, ni kwa left. Umeitwa?
Unaongelea ile hoteli yenye imejengwa kwa hizo vibanda ziko hapo kando ya maji ya mto.
Hiyo sasa, lakini sasa ribambish.
Madam. Mimi nikakula kwa hiyo hoteli yenu.
Chakula ni tamu. Twende nikuonyeshe. Akerere uta-regret.
Asante baba, me I can't eat from hiyo hoteli yenu. Endelea tu kutafuta watu wengine.
Chakula ni tamu. Angalia chakula ya huko ni tamu. Ungeenda kutaripu angalau uweze kujua kama itaingiana wewe.
Kachoko wewe ni karibu sana. Wewe ni mtu wetu. Asante. Unajua ukikaa nyuma wewe ni mgeni wa heshima. Na nguulize by the way. Umefanya vizuri. Sasa nimerutisha na tumeambiwa turutishe hao makastoma wote. Nguulisha wewe ulikuwa umeushiwa nini ndio ukakata? Mwaka. Mimi sikuwa nimekula chakula. Nilikuwa nimeagiza. Wewe si umeniambia nikuje kwanza? Okay, sasa nimekamata. Sasa fanya hivi ndugu yangu, ile matumbo ulikuwa unalipishwa pesa ngapi? Kwa nimeagiza chakula 150. Naletewa naambiwa ni 200. Alikuwa anakulipisha 200? 200 na naligongea meza. Huyu msichana aligomea meza hivi, wewe uzee sijui nini. Sasa nikaona sasa nakuja kula chakula kimeongezwa bei tena naongewa meza.
Na kwani laana yako ilienda wapi? Na wewe msee ulikuwa msee wa laana?
Laana tunazitumia kwa njia mzuri. Yes, sio kutumia laana kila mahali.
Tusahau hayo. Kuanzia leo matatizo yako imeisha. Kuanzia saa hizi utalipa 8 bob pamoja na ugali.
Ati
matumbo na ugali 8 bob.
Kutoka kwa 150 mpaka 8. Hiyo achana nayo. Kwa nini kitu mbaya?
Kachogo tafadhali usiende. Please nakusihi usiende, usibanye nibutwe.
Kuna kitu sielewi.
Okay.
Kutoka kwa 150 nilipe 80 kwamba ni shilingi 70 zimeondolewa. Yaani hapana, haiwezi kuwa ya kweli lakini
Kachogo hatuwezi kucha hapa tukatakata blanketi tupigie watu ni matumbo.
Yaani mugako ananiongelesha vile unataka.
Ni eita ukule na kama utaki kukula tutakoboshi. Usitulete tubutwe kazi juu ya kukataa kokora. Utaingia ndani ukule ndugu, utaingia tu ndani ukule.
Kwani wote mmeenda mahali pamoja kusomea customers?
Ni hasira.
Mmekuwa na lugha ya kuongea vile mnataka na customer.
Kachogo. Kula utakula na kuambia ukula. Ingia ndani ukula utakula ni nini wewe? Hapo nda utali utoke akili ngo paswe na hiki. Imekuwa nini? Ukule. Utakula ama utakula. Tutavutwa kazi utakula.
Wakenya, ni wakati mwingine wa kuhakikisha kuwa umefile KRA returns. Je, uko rada una challenge yoyote? Usiwe na shaka. KRA wakishirikiana na KBC Channel 1 wanakuja hapo ulipo kusaidia kufile returns na kulipia ushuru wako. Jiunge na msafara wa KRA Roadshow, uwe fiti mambo ya returns. Jumanne tarehe 12 mwezi Mei tutazuru eneo la Nyeri kuanzia Karatina. Tuingie Mkurueni, Othaya, Nyeri Town, Mweiga, Kiawara, Chaka na hatimaye tumalizie na Rumoro. Tarehe 30 Juni kwa mlangoni. Usingoje hadi dakika za mwisho. File KRA returns mapema. Ishi bila stress. Jijue, jibeta. KRA, tulipe ushuru, tujitegemee.
Got the fear of missing out? Want to keep up with all the latest entertainment news and latest celebrity gossip? From the latest rumors to popping events to the newest fashion trends, here is where you get all the tea or juice when it comes to entertainment, and you get it served on time. All that and so much more on Grapevine every single Monday from 10 p.m. and a rerun every Tuesday from 2 p.m. only on KBC Channel 1. Remember, if you did not see it on Grapevine, then it most probably never happened.
Across the continent, African creatives are claiming the space, reshaping the way we live, remember, and express ourselves. And that's exactly what brings us here to the Invest Take Cape Town Art Fair, where this transformation becomes a vibe. But here what's coming up.
In Nigeria, Fulani herders show us that heritage isn't frozen in time. It adapts and survives modern pressures. In Kenya, sustainability becomes a luxury language as this designer turns craft into ethically produced high-fashion jewelry.
And in Kigali, Rwanda, a young dancer reclaims the body as a living archive, fusing warrior tradition with street energy. I'm Palisa Dembe, and you're watching Afrimax. First up, a space I would love to claim. The home. Can a 19th century manor handle playful color and a modern attitude? Proving that you do not need a massive footprint to make a major design statement.
Across Africa, incredible homes are raising the bar of modern design. This series gives you a front row seat to unapologetically stylish spaces. The kind you can't help but save, screenshot, and dream about. This is not just a house with history. This is a house that's found its personality. Set in the southern suburbs of Cape Town, this character home has been completely reworked with color, confidence, and a fearless but super fun mix of old and new. And the designer behind this bold reimagining? Lisa Marie Theopolis.
Where do we find ourselves today, and what was your role within putting this together?
We're in a beautiful old manor house, one of the first homes in the area, dating back to about 1893. And what was so fun about this project is that I was given a blank canvas. And I mean, who doesn't want to work with such beautiful architectural details? I mean, look at those curved bay windows. And yes, it was just so fun to work in a space that isn't open plan. It's got cute little nooks for me to sort of create cozy spaces, and yeah, I've loved every moment.
What was your role here?
There wasn't much renovating work to do in this home because we were just very keen to honor the beauty of the original home. We didn't knock down any walls or anything like that. We worked within the space. The client gave me a very exciting brief. She was happy for me to go wild with color, which is a very nice change from the muted tones and the greys that have been very, very popular in the past. I could fill it with lots of quirk, which I loved. They've both got an amazing sense of humor, so they loved all of those little touches. And I was able to extend that approach throughout the home. There's 3 levels to this home, so it was quite a big job and lots of beautiful rooms for me to work with.
Walking into the space, what a warm and inviting welcome. What was your design approach here?
So as you step in to this beautiful big space, we wanted to define the 2 areas so that we could create a cozy seating area here. But in order to divide the 2 spaces, I added a table there with a lot of beautiful decor items that have come from all over the world.
The decor here feels like a travel diary. There are pieces collected from the owners from all over the world. You kind of want to pick everything up and hear the story behind it.
Seems to be intentionality when it comes to the color scheme within this first room.
The color palette in mind, I think I just intuitively went for like a deeper, more saturated color palette. When we first started on the project, everything was white, and it just felt like you almost needed the room to hug you a little bit so that you don't feel that the scale of the room is uncomfortable.
And you really do feel it. The space wraps around you.
Still feels inviting, and it still feels cozy, and it feels like you can sit and have a chat with a friend or a glass of wine at the fireplace in winter. It's really set the expectation for the rest of the home.
Well, it's a lovely first introduction, and I can't wait to see the rest of the space.
Shall we see the other space?
Let's go.
Probably the next space we're looking at is the more informal sort of TV lounge. That's why I did an L shape, so that you could lie there and just really cozy up and watch some TV. I mean, how's the natural light in this room? It's a feature in itself.
I've also noticed that there are no curtains, and we've got such grand windows.
So in this part of the home, the downstairs section, I didn't have to add curtains because we had the beautiful old shutters, the original shutters to work with. I mean, how amazing is that?
Well, I can feel us making our way to the kitchen, which is my favorite room of the house. Let's go. I love the proportion of this kitchen. What was your design approach here?
Well, this was actually a very dark space. The cupboards, we didn't change the cupboards, but we did paint them because they were very, very dark brown. So I opted to go white there. And this is the first room in the home where I changed the color on the walls. Went for a beautiful, soft, calm green here. Client loves green, as do I, so I never have an issue with saying yes to green. Right, so Polly, now we find ourselves in the dining room, which is actually my favorite part of the house. It's got its original wooden flooring, so I used a big rug to fill the space to make it feel very inviting and luxurious. We've got the original chandelier, which I thought was such a beautiful statement piece.
And speaking of lighting, this space feels quite grand, but also gives me an old school kind of feel. And I love those 3 chandeliers.
Absolutely. So this was really just an ode to the architecture of the home.
Lisa, we are in the main bedroom, and good luck getting me out of here. It's gorgeous.
It's very, very spectacular, isn't it? And also very romantic, don't you think? The soft, dusty pink with the black, I think that just worked so beautifully. And I also really love the sleigh bed. I mean, how is that bed?
It's lush. That's what it is.
That's the word. That's the word.
Being in an older kind of home, a manor-style home, I didn't think I'd enjoy it as much as I have this one. What was your standout features with putting this home together?
Polly, I think what has really stood out for me is that things don't have to be perfect to be beautiful. It's an older home. There's a few quirks here and there, but it's just stunning.
Older homes totally have that kind of magic. They weren't designed for Instagram, but somehow everywhere you look is an Insta moment.
Now in its 13th year, the art fair has become a global stage for African artists claiming visibility on their own terms. I'm about to meet up with Hope Swarate, whose performance work, This House Is Not For Sale, questions the access African artists have to prestigious art spaces. Thank you so much for joining me. Now, in an art fair and an art exhibition where everything is for sale, you've got a piece of work called Not For Sale. So whose story are you kind of stepping into?
I see these family houses being renovated and I see them being turned into these modern houses. So I'm trying to tell that story and just to give like a backup education about the foreign houses, why they exist for the Black community.
What I've also noticed is that you've been able to take township homes and you've brought it into quite an elite art space. What does this reflect or say about South African reality?
The history of land, you know, people are fighting over land, the space. If you look at some of my installation, I literally like took a window and just turn that window into an installation.
Oh, absolutely incredible. If art fairs are about claiming symbolic spaces, then the Fulani herders remind us of a more ancestral form of ownership, land and tradition. In Nigeria, heritage isn't preserved in museums. It is lived daily on the move.
Can you communicate with the cows?
Yes.
So how do you communicate with them?
Today, our featured hustler is...
My name is Zubair Mohammed Zubair, the Secretary of Mieti Allah Kura branch. I'm a header and I don't have any other job. This is my hustle.
For many Fulani communities, cattle herding is not just a job. It is a time-honored tradition. You are welcome to another exciting episode of My Hustle. Mohammed, you were born into this lifestyle. I want to know, what does it take to be a header?
If you want to be a header, you have to be a hard-working man, without fear. You cannot relent or give up.
Without wasting our time, I want to get into action. I want to see how you take your cows out early in the morning for grazing, then you bring them back. So is this something that you think I can learn today?
I can teach you, and if you believe it in your mind, you can learn it.
Oh, I'm ready, man.
Are you ready?
You can see.
Now we bring them to the water. And when we are out, we are not coming back until 6 p.m., 5:30 p.m. or 7 p.m.
No problem. Then you said you have over 50 cows, right?
Yes. And this is a small herd because we want to make it easier to control the cattle. We divide big herds by 3 or more.
Divided into 3 to 4. Wow. Bro, you are a billionaire. And you are a rich man. Have you ever had any experience whereby your cows enter somebody's farm and there was argument?
Yes,
Yes, we do experience it. We come to the farmer, we estimate the damage, and then we pay.
How do you make money from this also?
We earn money from the cow milk we sell. And if we need more money, we take an animal to the market and then we sell it.
Which of the techniques do you prefer? Taking the cows to the bush for grazing or using the modern techniques way of feeding the cows?
Modern techniques would be better than herding. Because the herder boys could attend school. Lack of education is a big problem here.
Fulani people always migrate in a very unique way. I mean, you have multiple families moving together with their livestock. So, what's the secret behind this?
This is the culture and tradition of the Fulani. When we are ready to move from one place to another, we move with our house, families, our cattle, and everything. We move through forests and avoid the towns. If the night catches us on the way, we make camp, and that is our home.
I have had an incredible time exploring Fulani culture and tradition.
One day, while teaching an oral healthcare class, I saw a little boy who kept covering his mouth. It turns out he had lost some of his teeth and felt embarrassed. But as a hygienist, a child's smile means everything to me. That's why Colgate Maximum Cavity Protection unlocks 24-hour cavity defense, a formula boosted with calcium for lifelong smiles. Every child has the right to smile, and a beautiful smile is a healthy smile.
Colgate, #1 oral care brand in the world.
In a world where news is ever changing, staying informed is more important than ever.
Join us every week on News Check, your go-to show for the latest in current affairs, breaking news and in-depth analysis.
A warm welcome to KBC News Check.
From politics to global events, we bring you content that matter to you.
We're not just speaking about the governance and how we want to see it, but want to actually participate.
Get your facts, hear from the experts, and really understand what is happening around you.
We need to change our system first. You have to do the impossible to make sure the message is home.
Stay ahead, stay informed, stay engaged.
Will these people, everybody agree?
Just listen to me.
Let's give him a chance to clear the air.
Catch News Check every Tuesday and Wednesday from 10 a.m. to 12 noon. Only on KBC Channel 1.
Nairobi, your time is now. Mafani ya kutoka vlog na KBC imeamua lazima uomoke. Tutakuwa tunakaa mtaa yako kukuomosha very fast. Jibu maswali zangu 3 tu. Tuone kama kweli wewe ni true fan wa KBC Channel 1. Na ukizipata 25K ni yako. So make sure una watch KBC Channel 1. Alafu kinicheki kwa streets. Niulize kana kuomosha leo. Omoka na KBC Channel 1. Wanga bad ni mbaya.
Inspired by the clothes her mother left behind, I'm about to meet up with a dynamic Nigerian artist named Emma Lohi. Emma Lohi, I am just absolutely taken aback by the vibrance, the color, and the energy of your space. Tell me a little bit more about your work and the inspiration that started you within the art space.
So my work is abstract figuration, and I work from an archive of clothes left by my mother, and so I use them to make sculptures and paintings. And the goal of my work is to encourage Black people and African people to write down their own stories.
When people observe your art and experience it, what do you hope that they take away from it?
I want people to understand that my work is open to interpretation, but the one thing you always connect with are the vibrancy of the colors and the hopefulness in the work. And this work are like new stories and new worlds to say that we don't have to live within the status quo. We can build a world in which we are able to live and be who we are meant to be in.
Forget runways. Today's luxury is born in Kibera, Kenya, where artists transform everyday reality into ethical jewelry worn around the world.
Gold rush in the slums. How is a bright future being made here of all places? Well, this jewelry brand is turning hardship into heritage.
Here in Kibera, our super talented artisans are handcrafting jewelry pieces that are aesthetic 100%, but beyond that, there's so much culture, intention, and creativity that goes into each and every piece that's handmade with love.
In the heart of Nairobi's Kibera, a quiet shift is underway. Meet Umutoni. At 29, she's using jewelry as more than an adornment. It's a way in. Through craft, she's creating opportunity, challenging assumptions about value, and reshaping what's possible. Her work shows that luxury can hold meaning and that purpose can be worn.
Our founder story can be summarized by 3 main points. The first one being I am from Kenya and Rwanda. I've always had a very close affinity to my East African roots, born and raised in the UK. And I'd spend a lot of my summer holidays coming to Kenya and would typically get gifts for friends and family in the form of jewelry. So this was like going to the Maasai market. And as the years went on, I would be asked for more and more jewelry. For the second part, after graduating from university, so I studied economics, I wanted to support a young girl that looked like me but was born into different circumstances. Now, what this meant was there was a lot of scandals with some of the charities at the time, so I didn't want to go down the charity route. But what that meant was that I got in touch with my shosho, my grandma, and I told her I really want to support a young girl. She connected me with a young girl at the time who was 13 years old. Her name was Koi, and her parents were not in her life, so there was substance abuse and drug abuse. Within a few months, her academic performance increased. Like she jumped up in class, and it was just so rewarding to see. So it showed that a little went a long way. And so I knew that whenever I started my own thing, whatever that would be, that I just wanted it to be a sustainable way of supporting and more empowering than anything. Now, the final element was watching Black Panther. So whenever I watched the first film, Black Panther, I was so inspired by the costume design. You could see a lot of the African influence, so throughout the continent. But as an East African, I could see like the Maasai influence and things like that, which was super powerful.
The Brit, who has Kenyan and Rwandese roots, noticed a growing global appreciation for African-inspired art. For her ethically sourced jewelry, she works with local artisans, drawing on heritage techniques while building a future-facing brand. Her long-term hope is to eventually source all her materials, especially gold plating products, from within Kenya and across Africa.
When it comes to our materials, our brass is upcycled and it's purchased right here in Nairobi. And then when it comes to gold plating, the gold that we use, that is imported from Italy. Now, I am all about making sure that we add the value on the continent as much as possible, which is why it was important for us to purchase the machinery, import it into the country, have the knowledge within our own team. Our mission is, to empower disenfranchised, to create a spirit of reciprocity, and to cultivate a culture of equitable exchange.
From the ethically sourced materials to the hands that shape each detail, every design choice is deliberate.
So when it comes to the base metal of a lot of our pieces, we work with brass.
And so creating a new piece means starting with the materials. So buying whether it's a brass plate, brass wires, cables, or actually just melting things. So depending on the jewelry item, I've got a variety on me today. But just using this ring as an example, this is a cast piece. So what we do is create the template, and then we use molasses and soil to kind of create the cast. It's melted, poured into the fold, the mold, and then it's set. Then we go through the polishing, the buffing. Eventually this moves to the gold plating, and then you have a finished product.
This jewelry is a celebration of beauty, purpose, and African possibility, crafted one story at a time.
From a branding perspective, we've had so many incredible opportunities. We've been featured on TV shows, so our piece has gone all the way to Hollywood. We've been on Bel-Air season 2 and season 3. We were in Love Live season 2. Because we're more than a jewelry brand, there's a whole story, there's a whole community that is behind the pieces that we are designing and wearing. And it's just so beautiful to see that reach and that story and the communication is pretty global. Our vision is transformative, sustainable luxury. The message is really elevation. And ultimately, beyond the luxury positioning, we want our customers to have a sense of pride, understand the significance and intention behind each and every jewelry piece that they are wearing. Everything is handmade with love right here in Kenya.
Finally, we move from objects to the body itself. In Kigali, 23-year-old Honore uses dance to reclaim tradition, blending Intore warrior movements with street choreography, proving that identity isn't static, it moves.
Movement is our first language. Before we learn to speak, we move.
There's a reason why babies bounce when they listen to music, and they do it without restraint or consideration for the rhythm.
For 23-year-old dancer Honore Manzi Murengezi, dance is how tradition moves forward.
I also take Intore traditional dance as my spine in my whole dancing career.
Honore grew up surrounded by Rwanda's traditional rhythms and movement, especially Intore, the country's warrior dance known for strength, posture, and discipline. At the same time, he came of age in a global world where dance styles travel freely across borders.
Since I was a kid, actually, I started dancing as a traditional dancer. And what I grew up learning about Intore is about how Intore is not just about dancer. It's a dancer which also gives a story, a pride, nationality.
Rather than choosing between tradition and modern styles, Honore created a space in between, a movement language he calls Afro-hybrid.
Afro dance is like an umbrella of those dance styles from traditional in Africa. So hybrid is it means like when you bring two things and try to fusion that. Traditional is a powerful thing when it comes to combine with different like hip hop, dancehall. So it gives me like a way of creating dance without a limit, because I have Afro as a traditional and also urban and contemporary.
Across Rwanda, young dancers are using tradition and fusion styles to tell their own stories and build a future through creativity. Honore's style becomes a thread from memory, discipline, and identity between what was and what is becoming.
For the first thing I do is understanding the mood, where my mood level is. After understanding the mood, I try to find a song which is gonna be totally 100% or almost fitting the mood I am, so I can go with what trying to fit in the song.
Many of Honore's students are young people who grew up with hardship. Dance for them means structure, healing, and a place to belong.
And to me, that just shows that dance and movement is inevitable and it's elemental. Honore's teaching style has a very distinctive quality. He underscores that movement doesn't have to be perfect. Messy movement is also a form of progress. So I really appreciate his supportive teaching.
Intore was officially recognized by UNESCO, placing Rwanda's dance heritage in the global spotlight.
For me, I think one thing I have as a responsibility and as also Rwandan dancer is about respect the origin and also try to keep it alive. I try to modernize in a way people will try to fit in the world today we have in. I think one thing people really get wrong about Rwandan traditional dance style in Norway ones is they think it's only ceremonial, which is really different from what it really is. But also one thing, Rwandan traditional dance can also be through storytelling. When you go back to history, you're gonna find it was most of the ways Rwandan was giving message through what's happening in the kingdom, what had been doing after the war. So it's not only about ceremonial, like what we see many times in wedding or other ceremonial.
Dance in Rwanda hasn't always been seen as work. Today, teaching, performances, digital platforms, and collaborations are opening new paths for dancers to build sustainable careers.
I started dancing when I was just a kid, just for hobby. When I grow up, I try to do research like how people may get money from dancing. When I was here in Kigali, I used to do a video with my friend. It was just a video, not intention of like anyway want something, but the owner of the song, he texted me on Instagram after I posted the video and then asked me, yo, the video is nice and now I'm going to add it on a challenge which was going on, and the winner, we're gonna get the money. After 1 week of promoting and the video, everything, we finally get to be the winner.
Honore proves that in Rwanda's growing dance scene, a single social media post can open doors, from challenges to real paid opportunities.
It's one of the biggest festival which is going to happen. We're already planning for it. And then it's a subject we're working on is going to be about love. So we already have the choreography, we have the concept. I think it's going to be interesting. Also going to add something on my career, on my CV, and then I'm looking forward for it.
If heritage is power, Afro Hybrid is a way to carry it.
In Norway is really powerful. It's not about just dancing, because when you're dancing, you give a story.
In Rwanda, dance is more than just a performance. It is a means of unity, especially for a generation born after the genocide. And even if the path as a dancer is difficult, everyone here knows that movement is a way to rise up.
From architecture to movement, these stories reveal a continent claiming its own narrative on its own terms. Stay creative and stay curious. Don't forget to reach out to us on our social media platforms, as we love to hear from you. But until next time...
Watoto wa siku hizi wakiwa nasumbua. Usikose kuona Gundu KBC Channel 1 every Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday. Ujionee hivi vituko vya watoto wa siku hizi wanaosumbua wazazi na mengine mengi. Keep it Gundu. Gina!
A continent full of potential, a future full of possibility. The time is now. This May, the world watches Nairobi as Africa and France come together for innovation, growth, and the partnerships that will define our tomorrow. This is the Africa Forward Summit. On May 11th, KBC and Y254 go live from the University of Nairobi for the Africa Forward Business Forum, where 1,500 leaders, CEOs, and young entrepreneurs connect for green growth, AI, and investment. event. Then on May 12th, we take you live to the Kenyatta International Convention Center for the main Heads of State Summit, with the main focus being green industrialization and energy transition, reform of the international financial architecture, blue economy, sustainable agriculture, peace and security. Africa Forward Summit, live on KBC Channel 1 and Y254. Don't miss it.
Top on Prime Edition.
We have our own resources here, and we are saying we are going to use our African resources to industrialize our region.
Kenya roots for a review of Africa's financial architecture to address high debt servicing.
We are working to build partnerships with the French companies so that we can strengthen our financial capability.
Kenya's banking sector is leveraging strategic partnerships to expand access to capital and create more opportunities for the youth. Plus,
the electoral body assures free and fair mini poll on Thursday.
This week on Magical Scenes, we put our focus on the mountain bongos at the foot of Mount Kenya. Mount Kenya, with its towering peaks and lush landscapes, is not only a UNESCO World Heritage Site, but also a sanctuary for one of the world's most enchanting creatures, the mountain bongos. Nestled at the foot of this iconic mountain, the Mount Kenya Wildlife Conservancy serves as a safe haven for these elusive and majestic antelopes, offering them a sanctuary where they can thrive in their natural habitat. The mountain bongo is a species shrouded in mystery and allure. Once on the brink of extinction, their numbers have been revitalized through the dedicated efforts of conservationists at the Mount Kenya Wildlife Conservancy. Here in this protected area, the bongos roam freely, their presence a testament to the power of preservation and the resilience of nature. The Conservancy's commitment to safeguarding these magnificent creatures extends beyond mere protection. It is a beacon of hope, demonstrating the profound impact of conservation efforts on biodiversity,
My name is Dr. Robert Aro. I'm the head of Mount Kenya Wildlife Conservancy, overseeing the conservance operations, but also as a technical lead for the mountain bongo breeding and rewarding program that we host here at the Conservancy. The Conservancy was established in 2004 with the main purpose to establish the mountain bongo breeding and rewarding program in Kenya. So in 2004, that's when we began our program. We imported 18 bongos from America. Those 18 joined already 18 bongos which were already on the property, and since then we've been breeding and rewilding the mountain bongo. We have had 4 generations of bongos born here, of which the 4th generation has already transitioned to the sanctuary, which we established at in the Mount Kenya Forest Reserve in 2022. So recently, we hit a very critical milestone. Our population rose from the low numbers of 49, which we had in about 2020, and now we are over 100, over 101 bongos at the property, and that makes us actually the only institution holding such a largest number of bongos in the world. On 28th of April, we received 4 male bongos from European Association of Zoos and Aquaria, or IAZA. And these 4 males, they have come into our program to enhance our genetic diversity. So they are not related in terms of, cross relation to our bongos here. So that gives us 4 breeding options with our bongos here. The animals arrived well, and we put them now in a quarantine area where they are undergoing acclimatization. And then after 21 days or to 1 month, then they will start a slow integration process to the existing bongo population here at the property. Mountain bongo is only found in Kenya, in the wild. And everywhere in the whole world where you will go and find a mountain bongo, you will be sure this animal originated from Kenya. So if you talk of heritage, the mountain bongo is truly Kenya's heritage. Other countries have elephants. Kenya has rhinos, so other countries do. Kenya has zebras, so other countries do. But the mountain bongo is truly Kenyan. Mountain bongo is a very beautiful antelope. The biggest antelope in the whole that lives in the forest in the world. It is chocolate brown with vertical white stripes, and they are very good at concealing. They live in high altitude forests of up to 2,200 meters above sea level. They produce 1 young at every time they deliver, and their pregnancy can last about 270 days, which means they take about 9 months to give us a baby. When the baby is born, they hide their baby from 2 to 7 days in the bushes, where they continually go to visit to suckle their baby and come back. Both male and female have horns, and these horns are spiral. They make 1 turn. And this is very unique of this very antelope. They are bigger in size. Males can weigh up to 450 kilograms, while females will weigh up to 250 kilograms. And that was one of the reasons why poachers were always coveting to hunt the bongo, because any successful hunt will result into high bulk of meat. We have put stronger security measures to protect the mountain bongo as a critical endangered species that we host here at Mount Kenya Wildlife Conservancy, but also in Aberdares, because we have stepped up conservation of the mountain bongo. They are protected by rangers who manage to patrol the property and make sightings and report. Then the other thing also we have also embedded technology in their monitoring. We have real-time artificial intelligence cameras which sight these animals and immediately relay to us the information that actually this animal has been sighted and with a unique identity. So we are at a level where we can be able to identify all our bongos in real time and in the exact geographical location where they have passed. So that gives us a very strong security alert.
We usually get 3 types of detections: the specific animal you are interested in, and any vehicle detection, or a person. A person detection is very important to us. As you know, poaching is one of the reasons why mountain bongo declined. So having detections to know who is that person that has passed within a certain area is critical to us, so that we can identify intrusion and make sure that there is controlled poaching, which doesn't happen most of the time. For us, we are interested with mountain bongo. So what we do, we receive detections of only mountain bongo animals at our comfort. That is through the email, and it is filtered for those people who are authorized to get the images. So are the ones who receive that kind of information. Another animal that we are interested is the leopard, because predation is also another cause of that led to their decline. So we usually also have detections.
The bongos, they are active. They're active in the evening and in the morning hours and through the night. So during the day, they are out sleeping and hiding. They are browsers, which means they eat vegetation that is above the ground, and with a very little of grazing. Then they are very, very shy and very, very timid. In case anything shows up in their space which they are not used to, they would either take off by fleeing, or they will turn and attack. We know that by behavior, bongos don't run away from dogs, and they don't run away from other funny predators when they attack, like leopards. Instead, they turn and face the enemy. And that is one of the disadvantages that we find in their behavior. Because instead of running away from the enemy, they turn and face the enemy. In which case, if a poacher has come with the dogs, instead of running out from a poacher, then they are coming to the poacher. That disadvantages them. Then, in case their babies are attacked by the leopard, their brevity will save the baby. But in case the leopard is actually stronger than them, then actually can kill the mother and the baby. So that is one of the disadvantage they have in their behavior. They are extremely aggressive when they have babies, and they will attack anything that will pass in their way when they are around their babies. If you're attacked by the bongo, yes, they can injure you. We've seen the way they injure each other. They are so aggressive to one another. They can go at each other, and the intestines go out. So you can imagine if such impact is on a human being. Yeah, the males, their size. The males are massive, and when they are still babies and they are growing, when the horns appear, the males have a V-shaped horn, and we are trying to raise awareness about the mountain bongo. So we give guests opportunity to come and see and experience the mountain bongo.
The rich tapestry of flora and fauna within the Conservancy's boundaries serves as a vibrant backdrop for the bongo's resurgence, providing them with a habitat that meets their every need. The symbiotic relationship between the bongos and their environment is a marvel to behold. As natural gardeners, they play a crucial role in maintaining the ecological balance of the forest. Visitors to the Conservancy are often struck by the serene beauty of the landscape and the grace of the bongos. Guided tours offer a glimpse to the lives of these extraordinary animals, allowing guests to witness firsthand harmonious existence of wildlife and wilderness.
My name is Eunice Gikonyo. I'm a wildlife warrior, and also I take care of the animals here in Mount Kenya Wildlife Conservancy. Mostly I take care and conserve the mountain bongos, which are critically endangered species. Funny thing, the bongos are used to people in green, as my outfit is in green. So anytime they'll notice like different colors, like blue, pink, they get scared and they run inside the bushes, and sometimes they might charge at you. We have bongos in our paddocks, and mostly in the paddocks we have animals like ostrich, waterbuck, warthogs, and they interact so well. The species interaction is so good.
It is an experience that leaves an inedible mark on the soul, a reminder of the delicate beauty that lies at the heart of our planet. In a world where many species face uncertain futures, the mountain bongos of Mount Kenya stand as a symbol of hope and resilience. Their story is one of triumph over adversity, a narrative that inspires us to cherish and protect the natural world.
My name is Mercy Miano, and I work in service at the Fairmount Mount Kenya Safari Club, which is actually in the Mount Kenya Conservancy. This actually is Bongo Breakfast, which is a very exciting experience. And here you get to eat your breakfast as you see the bongos feed. So it's a very exciting experience actually.
Thinking of an unforgettable start of the day, plan on having the breakfast with the mountain bongos. A few endangered species in the wild and specifically on the foot of Mount Kenya. And besides that, you're surrounded by other wildlife and the birds come to the table, perhaps to have breakfast with you.
In the hotel setup, it's more of like a formal, the dining is all set and everything. So it's more of a controlled environment, and also luxurious. But when you come out here, it's more of, I would say, it's more of free. You get to get fresh air and it's very comfortable out here. Actually, I have never gotten any guest with a negative feedback. I think because when you want to escape the city and you're coming to Mount Kenya, you want an experience whereby you get to see trees, you get to have that fresh air and everything. So on top of that, you're also having the animals around. In Mount Kenya Conservancy, we don't only have bongos, we have other animals. So it's very special. So as much as bongos are actually wild animals, they are not violent. So unless you provoke them. But we also have guides. We come with our own guides from the hotel, but we also have like the KWS with us in the conservancy. So it's very safe. Nyoka, personally, naogopa nyoka vibaya sana. But since I came here, it's been like 4 years, I've never seen a snake. Doesn't mean they are not there, but I believe because of how cold it is, hatupatani na nyoka. I have clients who usually come back and tell me, this time we are not going to be going for the outdoor event, but we would love to. So next time we come, we want to have the bongo breakfast, we want to have the open fire concept or the signature breakfast, yes. So you're most welcome and I definitely promise you will enjoy.
Well, for those who seek to witness the magic of the mountain bongos, the Mount Kenya Wildlife Conservancy offers not just a journey into nature, but a journey into the heart of conservation itself.
Wakenya, ni wakati mwingine wa kuhakikisha kuwa umefile KRA returns. Je, uko rada una challenge yoyote? Usiwe na shaka. KRA wakishirikiana na KBC Channel 1 wanakuja hapo ulipo kusaidia kufile returns na kulipia ushuru wako. Jiunge na msafara wa KRA Roadshow, uwe fiti mambo ya returns. Jumanne ya tarehe 12 mwezi Mei tutazuru eneo la Nyeri kuanzia Karatina, tuingie Mkurueni, Othaya, Nyeri Town, Mweiga, Kiawara, Chaka na hatimaye tumalizie na Rumoro. Tarehe 30 Juni iko mlangoni. Usingoje hadi dakika za mwisho. File KRA returns mapema. Ishi bila stress. Jijue, jibeta. KRA, tulipe ushuru, tujitegemee.
Dial star 524 hash today. If you believe you're the smartest and you deserve a spot on the Bongo Quiz show, play now. You can test the skills by playing Bongo Quiz, Bongo Express, or Bible Study. There's a million questions from different categories to be answered. Dial star 524 hash and test your skills.
A continent full of potential, a future full of possibility. The time is now. This May, the world watches Nairobi as Africa and France come together for innovation, growth, and the partnerships that will define our tomorrow. This is the Africa Forward Summit. On May 11th, KBC and Y254 go live from the University of Nairobi for the Africa Forward Business Forum, where 1,500 leaders, CEOs, and young entrepreneurs connect for green growth, AI, and investment. Then on May 12th, we take you live to the Kenyatta International Convention Center for the main Heads of State Summit, with the main focus being green industrialization and energy transition, reform of the international financial architecture, blue economy, sustainable agriculture, peace and security. Africa Forward Summit, live on KBC Channel 1 and Y254. Don't miss it.
Well, the President of Kenya, William Ruto, assents to 3 new bills, including the Income Tax Bill of 2026.
Also in the broadcast, IEBC allays fears of potential electoral malpractice and assures constituents of Emurodicare, Poro Ward and Endo Ward that elections will be free and fair. And also in business.
In business also, if you're earning less than 30,000, there's a proposed bill that could just exempt you from tax. We're going to get the details of that. And also later on, we want to find the state of affairs of the AFCON preparations. All that coming up. But first, a look at our top stories tonight.
I've asked my good brother to support us as we push for the new Africa financial architecture.
Kenya roots for a review of Africa's financial architecture to address high debt servicing.
We We are working to build partnerships with French companies so that we can strengthen our financial capability.
Kenya's banking sector is leveraging strategic partnerships to expand access to capital and create more opportunities for the youth. Plus,
the electoral body assures free and fair mini poll on Thursday.
Well, thank you so much once again for joining us. I am Tom Boyer.
I am Mchuma Odim. Our sign language expert tonight is Lensa Odingo. Talk to us on all our social media platforms at KBC Channel 1, at KBC Digital.
Now to our lead story. Now, Kenya is seeking French support in pushing for a new Africa financial architecture that it will be proposing at the next G7 summit.
President William Ruto says talks of a fair Africa financial architecture will guide Kenya and the rest of the continent in looking at the next phases of engagements and commitments emerging from the Africa Forward Summit.
Well, Alan Aoko attended that summit. He's putting that story together. We're going to bring it to you a little later on. But moving on swiftly, Kenya's banking sector is leveraging strategic partnerships to expand access to capital and also to create more opportunities for young people as the country pushes to strengthen its position as regional innovation and investment hub.
Additionally, collaboration between financial institutions, governments, development partners, and the private sector has been touted as key in unlocking financing for youth-led enterprises and accelerating economic growth across the continent.
Here's that report.
As African leaders, policymakers, and investors converge in Nairobi for the Africa Forward Summit, conversations around financing Africa's growth agenda are taking center stage. Equity Group Managing Director James Mwangi says Africa's youthful populations is one of the continent's greatest economic advantages, and increased investment in entrepreneurship, innovation, and digital skills development remains critical in driving inclusive growth.
The objective here is to try and lengthen the period for which we can offer loans. Is also to get dollar-denominated loans so that we could be able to give those who are exporting loans in form of dollars.
According to Mwangi, technology-driven innovation within the banking sector is helping bridge financing gaps, particularly for small businesses and young entrepreneurs previously excluded from formal credit systems.
We are working to build partnerships with French companies so that we can strengthen our financial capability. We have signed 2 agreements with Propaco, that is the development bank for France. We have an agreement with the French Development Agency, and also we have with the BPI, the 3 financial institutions.
Stakeholders called for increased mentorship and support programs in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics fields for the next generation of leaders driving Africa's financial and digital transformation.
Anybody who has a passion for science, we are here as examples, but we also mentor, role model, and also coach the young girls. And I think we are already breaking the glass ceiling.
The Africa Forward Summit comes amid growing momentum for African-led banking expansion and cross-border investments as financial institutions seek to strengthen intra-African trade and unlock new economic opportunities. Ndota Mokami for Prime Edition.
President William Ruto has termed the modernization and expansion of the United Nations office at Nairobi as a powerful expression of inclusivity, geographical balance, and the universality of the United Nations system.
Now, speaking during the groundbreaking for the construction of the expanded United Nations office here in Nairobi, Kenya, Assembly Hall, Gigiri, and inaugurating the new United Nations office block alongside the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, President Ruto said that the transformative project will modernize critical infrastructure.
Kamche Menza compiled this report.
Day one of the Africa Forward Summit saw a flurry of activities away from the main venue at the University of Nairobi, as President William Ruto held a series of high-level engagements with global stakeholders. In Gigiri, Nairobi, President Ruto, alongside United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres, broke ground for the construction of the expanded United Nations office.
Kenya remains committed and assures you of support for the United Nations through a whole-of-government approach, including what we are investing, close to $1.1 billion of domestic resources in expanding infrastructure.
What has been achieved here is not just buildings, it's a blueprint for the future. The new offices are UAM's first net zero building, powered year-round by on-site solar.
President Ruto indicating that the projected investment will support Nairobi's critical infrastructure, with the UN pledging its support in Africa's transformational strategy.
This project represents a visible and tangible expression of the support of the global community for the issues which directly affect not only us as smaller nations, but it also acknowledges Africa's leadership as a crucible for the solutions through which will emanate from here.
President William Ruto also held talks with Brice Oligui Nguema, the President of the Republic of Gabon, at State House, Nairobi, during his visit to Kenya for the Africa Forward Summit. Top on the agenda of the courtesy call were talks to deepen cooperation between Kenya and Gabon in education through expanded scholarship opportunities, technical and vocational training, and knowledge exchange programs aimed at equipping the young people with skills to drive Africa's economic transformation. The president also took the opportunity to seek President Nguema's support for Kenya's candidate for the judge of the International Criminal Court, Supreme Court Judge Njoki Ndung'u. Kamchemenza for Prime Edition.
Well, Alan Aoko's story is now ready, where Kenya is seeking French support in pushing for a new Africa financial architecture that it will be proposing at the next G7 summit.
President William Ruto says talks of a fair Africa financial architecture will guide Kenya and the rest of the continent in looking at the next phases of engagements and commitments emerging from the Africa Forward Summit.
Here now is that report.
According to the African Development Bank, there is an estimated $400 billion in annual development financing gaps, with 23 countries currently in financial distress. Kenya wants this disparity addressed.
And I have asked my good brother to support us as we push for the new Africa financial architecture.
President William Ruto, while speaking alongside his French counterpart, Emmanuel Macron, on the first day of the Africa Forward Summit in Nairobi, said a new African financial architecture will address high debt servicing and reliance on domestic resource mobilization as external debt from private sector creditors skyrockets.
Fair international financial architecture, one that recognizes our opportunities, one that does not unfairly judge.
So Africa is developing in an unprecedented fashion. It's the most dynamic continent in the world. Last year, more growth than Southeast Asia. It's a continent where there are more than 1 billion young people.
To curb reliance on foreign aid and to strengthen capital mobilization, Ruto vouched for public-private partnerships between the private sector and government.
You guys are stranded with a lot of money, and we are stranded as in government with a lot of projects. We must find the mechanism that leverages on private sector resources.
The Africa Forward Summit, co-hosted by Kenya and France, has brought together 5 heads of state and 1,500 business leaders to Nairobi, with Kenya aiming to leverage the summit to solidify its position as a strategic gateway for global investment, while pushing for structural changes in how the world engages with the continent.
At the first day of the Africa Forward Summit, delegates here will be looking to balance the critical components, and there are two: cooperation and mutual respect. Alena Uko, Prime Edition.
Let's now have a look at the security aspect in regards to the Africa Forward Summit.
That's right. Nairobi is on high alert as the capital hosts dozens of government and business leaders from right across the globe.
From the skies to the streets, security services went all in to ensure a smooth start to the Africa Forward Summit.
Kasichana Masha reports.
The University Way and Harithuku Road were heavily guarded on Monday, with access limited to those reporting to duty. Employees of the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, the University of Nairobi and the Kenya Cultural Center had to brave scrutiny to make it to their places of work, all in the spirit of creating a safe environment for the star-studded summit that has brought together world leaders including French President Emmanuel Macron. The security arrangement may have been a little bit tight for some Kenyans.
Pass across the bridge. You will see the details of the security everywhere. They want to know where you're heading, the purpose, if you have the card.
Sija feel vibaya. Kwa hivyo mimi naelewa ni kazi wako, mimi si ofisa kama wao. Mimi si kati ya watu mashauri wanaongoja hapo. Kwa hivyo naelewa.
The economy of Kenya is top in East Africa and Central Africa. So this is very much in line with our goals and our position as a leading country in Africa.
In the skies, a security helicopter made endless flyovers, circling above the University of Nairobi. Ambulances were also on standby just in case anyone needed a medical emergency. For a street that's familiar with heightened security, Harithuku Road was busier than usual on Monday, with taxis making way for much heavier automobiles. Kasichana Masha, Prime Edition.
Well, it's 14 minutes past the top of the hour. That story bringing us to our first break here on Prime Edition. But coming up,
KBC Huduma partnership. We have details on that with the clarity you deserve.
And also President William Ruto formally introducing the Supreme Court Judge Joki Dungu to the presidents who are attending the African Forward Summit as Kenya's candidate for the International Court at The Hague. Stay with us.
Hebu fikirie environment kama hii hapa Western Kenya. Eti mtu atatoka hapa aende Nairobi kusoma university to conquer the world. Mimi Andrew nitahakikisha hiyo ndoto imezimwa. Tazama hayo yote kwa Gundu KBC Tuesday to Thursday 7:30 p.m. Leo sio kesho.
Nairobi, your time is now. Masani ya kutoka vlog na KBC imeamua lazima uomoke. Tutakuwa tunakaa mtaa yako kukuomosha very fast. Jibu maswali zangu tatu tu. Tuoneka kweli wewe ni true fan wa KBC Channel 1. Na ukizipata 25K ni yako. So make sure una watch KBC Channel 1. Alafu kinicheki kwa streets. Niulize kana kuomosha leo. Omoka na KBC Channel 1. Wanga bad ni mbaya.
Wagwan my guys, it's your boy Sean MMG. Skiza mage na tuko hapa Grapevine manze, good vibes ukitucheki hapa hivi.
Inspired by the story of Wayaki Wahinga, the musical play revisits the journey of one of Kenya's earliest symbols of resistance. Alchemists and wastelands transformed into a battleground of pure adrenaline as Anza MMA's Amateur Fight Night 008. Chris Barr brought smooth melodies and captivating stage presence, drawing the audience into a performance that felt both personal and powerful.
Welcome back.
To Prime Edition. We apologize for that. We have a little confusion here in the newsroom. But nevertheless, that's what happens. And let's move on to the second part of this live broadcast. President William Ruto has assented to 3 new bills, namely the Income Tax Bill of 2026, the Special Economic Zones Amendment Bill of 2026 as well, and the Technopolis Bill of 2024 at State House here in Nairobi, Kenya.
The new laws are streamlining Kenya's regulatory framework to strengthen the country's position as an attractive investment destination by creating a more efficient, predictable, and competitive business environment.
Here's our report.
And the instructions to place before you these 3 vellums.
The Income Tax Act seeks to provide for exemption from capital gains tax where there is a transfer of property by a company to its shareholders as part of an internal reorganization, or on the transfer of property to the company by the shareholders as consideration for the transfer. Before the enactment of this law, the transfer of property between a company and its shareholders attracted 15% capital gains tax under the Income Tax Act, even though the transaction did not involve external parties and there was no gain. The Special Economic Zones Act seeks to enhance Kenya's competitiveness by expanding the scope of special economic zones to include oil and gas zones and harmonizing the tax incentives applicable to entities undertaking activities within the zones. The Technopolis Act establishes a comprehensive legal framework for the creation, development, and governance of Technopolis in Kenya. It also seeks to position Kenya as a leading destination for technology-driven enterprises, innovation, and research by establishing integrated one-stop hubs for the efficient delivery of government services.
The next Presbyterian Church of East Africa, Reverend Julius Ndumia, who was killed on May 3rd at PCA Tabuga Church Precincts in Bahati by unknown assailants, has been laid to rest in Tetu, Nyeri County.
Opposition leaders who graced the ceremony led by former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua condemned the murder. Give us on minor reports.
Family, friends, and the faithful on Monday gathered in Tetu in Nyeri County to bid farewell to the late PCA Reverend Julius Ndumia. The cleric was found murdered in Bahati, Nakuru County on May 3rd inside PCA Tabuga church premises. His family and friends eulogized him as a God-fearing servant and peace-loving Kenyan. Opposition figures, led by DCP leader Rigathi Gachagua, lamented that the church was no longer a safe haven, citing recent cases of hired goons out to disrupt church meetings.
The insecurity in Nakuru is on another level. We are calling for a purge of the security chiefs in Nakuru so that we can have order and people can feel safe.
Gachagua and his opposition allies, including DAPK leader Eugene Wamalwa, demanded swift justice for the late reverend.
We'll fight for the justice of your colleague. We'll shout from the rooftop until Mama Esther and her children and the church gets justice.
Reverend Ndumia did not die a normal death. He was murdered. And indeed, this is a murder most foul. So we are here not just to stand with the family, with the church, but to demand for justice.
Kama mchungaji ataenda hivi na tukose kuona majibu kamili, nadhani ujasiri wa magaidi utaendelea kuwa na kwenda juu.
They also called on the government to assure church leaders of their safety. Police probing the murder have arrested 2 suspects. Give us Mana Prime Edition.
The Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, has assured the electorate that 3 by-elections scheduled for Thursday, the 14th of May 2026 in Emurua Dikir constituency, Poro Ward and Endo Ward will be free and fair, allaying fears of potential electoral malpractice.
At the same time, the IEBC is finalizing its 2024-2029 strategic plan and has given stakeholders a 14-day window to present proposals for consideration. This report was compiled by Yusuf Farah.
The Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission held an external stakeholder validation forum for the 2024-2029 Strategic Plan and Election Operation Plan. Among the key strategy areas in the plan are managing elections, citizen engagement and participation, equitable representation and institutional resilience. IEBC is asking for written submissions from stakeholders before finalizing the strategic plan.
We invite you to interrogate the draft document, identify the gaps, and propose practical, evidence-based recommendations.
The Commission also prioritizes electoral technology in the operation plan and how that will impact in the next general election.
Successful conclusion of this process today and beyond will then help us to map out and decisively handle any electoral challenges and opportunities going into the 2027 general election.
Meanwhile, the electoral body says everything is in place for the Thursday, May 14, 2026 by-elections in Emuru Dikir constituency in Narok County, Poroward Samburu County and Endoward in Elgeyo Marakwet County.
We are fully prepared. We have been able to dispatch our materials. Our officers have been trained, and us as commissioners, we are in the picture of everything that is happening, and we are looking forward to ensuring that we shall also have a very successful by-election. Anybody who will be in the ballot paper qualifies to be there, and any person who will be going against the rules and the procedures, we shall not allow anything like that to happen.
IEBC is also preparing for the constitutionally mandated boundaries delimitation process that will be undertaken through a phased approach. Isufar reporting for Prime Edition.
Kenya Broadcasting Corporation and the Huduma Kenya Secretariat have signed an agreement that will see KBC services now taken closer to the public through the Huduma Center platforms.
Public Investments and Assets Management Principal Secretary Cyril Odede says that the partnerships that begins with the Huduma Kenya Makadara Center will be rolled out across the 47 counties within the next year.
Tilio Marco compiled this report.
On Monday at the Huduma Kenya Makadara Center in Nairobi County, Huduma Kenya Secretariat and the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation conveyed to sign a historic agreement that will save Kenyans money, time and energy of having to travel long distances to the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation headquarters in Nairobi for advertisement services.
This collaboration exemplifies the whole government approach that seeks to break down institutional silos and foster coordination across ministries, departments, and agencies for enhanced service delivery.
Through this partnership, you can now walk into any Huduma center, not just here in Makadara, but across all 59 centers nationwide, and 1, book an advertisement on KBC.
The partnership that begins with Huduma Kenya Makadara Center in Nairobi before it is rolled out in all the 59 Huduma centers across the country within the next 1 year has been termed as a true implementation of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda.
This partnership, which, as we've been told, has taken a fairly short time, and congratulations to both managers, MDs, for that speed of execution, is a strategic response to the whole of government doctrine championed by His Excellency President William Samoei Ruto. And it's actually a direct implementation of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda.
Huduma Kenya Makadara Center serves around 1,500 members of the public on a daily basis. The agreement provides a clear reference of services, accountability, roles and responsibilities, and presents a clear, concise and measurable description of service availability and quality. It further provides key activities to be undertaken by each party to support quality, efficient and effective service delivery.
The partnership enables the corporation to leverage its strengths, expands its reach, and remains competitive in a dynamic media environment.
We are integrating with eCitizen so that you can even make more requests from your phone. And we're exploring AI to make the process faster because your time matters.
We are looking towards making Huduma Kenya a really one-stop shop when we finally get to have all front-facing government services being offered in Huduma Center.
The agreement will last for a period of 3 years until either party requests for review for improvements or termination. You must be excited now that services from your national broadcaster are now available near you through the Huduma Center platforms. Tilio Marco reporting for Prime Edition from Makadara.
Wakenya, ni wakati mwingine wa kuhakikisha kuwa umefile KRA returns. Je, uko rada una challenge yoyote? Usiwe na shaka. KRA wakishirikiana na KBC Channel 1 wanakuja hapo ulipo kusaidia kufile returns na kulipia ushuru wako. Jiunge na msafara wa KRA Roadshow, uwe fiti mambo ya returns. Jumanne ya tarehe 12 mwezi Mei, tutazuru eneo la Nyeri kuanzia Karatina. Tuingie Mkurueni, Othaya, Nyeri Town, Mweiga, Kiawara, Chaka na hatimaye tumalizie na Rumoro. Tarehe 30 Juni iko mlangoni. Usingoje hadi dakika za mwisho. File KRA returns mapema. Ishi bila stress. Jijue, jibeta. KRA, tulipe ushuru, tujitegemee.
A continent full of potential, a future full of possibility. The time is now. This May, the world watches Nairobi as Africa and France come together for innovation, growth, and the partnerships that will define our tomorrow. This is the Africa Forward Summit. On May 11th, KBC and Y254 go live from the University of Nairobi for the Africa Forward Business Forum, where 1,500 leaders, CEOs, and young entrepreneurs connect for green growth, AI, and investment. Then on May 12th, we take you live to the Kenyatta International Convention Center for the main Heads of State Summit, with the main focus being green industrialization and energy transition, reform of the international financial architecture, blue economy, sustainable agriculture, peace and security. Africa Forward Summit, live on KBC Channel 1 and Y254. Don't miss it.
Welcome back to Prime Edition, our socials.
At KBC Channel 1, at KBC Digital.
On to the story that has been compiled by our colleague JJ Kioria. The Kenya Revenue Authority says that it has recorded huge uptakes of the new self-care plan rolled out recently for use by salaried employees to file returns.
In its ongoing campaign dubbed Jijue Jibeta in central Kenya, the authority says it is optimistic to hit the 300 million it targets to mobilize in the region.
Now, after a successful tour of Kiambu County last weekend, the campaign conducted in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation toured Murang'a County.
Hundreds of taxpayers in Kabati, Kenol, Sabasaba, Maragua, Murang'a Town, Kangema and Kiriaini turned up to update their records with the taxman.
The Jijue Jibeta campaign heads to Nyeri County on Tuesday.
We are working with WhatsApp, filing with using WhatsApp, and especially for the people who have smartphones. The people who don't have smartphones, they still have an option of filing using USSD, *222, *5#. The reception has been good so far. We've met so many people who have not necessarily smartphones, but kabambes. Usually it's called katululu. Yeah, those are the ones we managed to serve so much. So I bet this year we'll be able to get more numbers compared to last year because we've really simplified our solutions.
Nilikuwa nimesikia KRA atapitia hapa Kiriaini. Kasikia kwa radio, kasikia watapitia. Kawa mimi na ngoja kwa hamu kwa sababu nilikuwa sijui kufile. Wakati nimekuja hata sijakaa dakika 3 ama 4. Dakika 5 tu kawa nimemaliziwa na kawa niko ready. Hata hii kufile ilikuwa ngumu kwangu wenyewe, ilikuwa ngumu wakati tulionana na hawa.
On to health concerns, Public Health Principal Secretary Mary Muthoni has urged nurses in the country to maintain professionalism and remain committed to their work.
Now, during an event celebrating International Nurses Week, the Principal Secretary stressed the need for advanced nursing programs as a measure to promote efficient healthcare delivery in the country.
Here is that report.
Clad in their medical scrubs, nurses set their candles ablaze, a testimony to the resilience and commitment to their work. Speaking at an award ceremony at Nairobi Hospital, Public Health Principal Secretary Mary Muthoni emphasized that nurses are the backbone of the healthcare system.
The future of healthcare in Kenya rests heavily on the strength, the dignity, the welfare, and empowerment of our nurses.
Guided by this year's International Nurses Week theme, Our Nurses, Our Future, Empowered Nurses Save Lives, she said that the Ministry of Health is focused on implementing specialized postgraduate programs in order for nursing students to retain talent in the country.
We will go all out to ensure even nurses can also go for postgraduate training and equally enjoy from what the government is offering.
Stella Kanuche, who was recognized for being the most outstanding nurse, urged the government to prioritize mental health services for medical workers.
Listen out to the nurses as they call out for help, for them to help them, so that we can have, even in this country, as you had patients, nurses are leaving the country so much.
In a bid to fast-track achievement of universal healthcare, the Principal Secretary said that the Quality Healthcare and Patient Safety Bill has been presented to Parliament.
That will also cover a lot of what we are talking about, including our nurses, cover our patients, so that we can have a holistic, universal health cover.
Health experts are using International Nurses Week to ensure that Kenya effectively balances labor export and the efficient delivery of healthcare back home. Joy Naomi reporting for KBC Channel 1.
Community health promoters will, from the 1st of this year, receive comprehensive medical cover under the Social Health Insurance Fund, as well as absorption of universal health coverage workers into permanent and pensionable terms.
Health Cabinet Secretary Eden Duale spoke Monday during the commissioning of a linear accelerator machine for radiation treatment of cancer patients at Coast General Teaching and Referral Hospital, where he said the facility will serve more than 100 patients daily.
The LINAC machine was donated by the International Atomic Energy Agency as part of efforts to strengthen cancer care services in Kenya.
You will have a full social health insurance fund, comprehensive, for our UHC staff. On the 1st of July, the whole payroll and your permanent and pensionable will be taken over by our county governments.
Let's now take you to the corridors of justice. President William Ruto has formally introduced Supreme Court Judge Njoki Ndung'u to presidents attending Africa Forward Summit as Kenya's candidate for a seat at the International Criminal Court.
The head of state described Justice Njoki as a judge with an exceptional track record who has shaped the nation's highest constitutional and also criminal jurisprudence.
This report was compiled by Ruth Wamboi.
President William Ruto introduced Lady Justice Njoki to French President Emmanuel Macron and 3 other heads of state from African nations. Justice Njoki Ndung'u is the principal architect of Kenya's Sexual Offences Act, a law that fundamentally transformed protection for survivors of gender-based violence. She helped build the Maputo Protocol, the African Union's landmark treaty on women's rights, now enshrined across 54 nations. Kenya is vouching for Njoki to join ICC like France and Sierra Leone, which are among the 125 Rome Statute state parties with their own sitting ICC judges. Elsewhere, the High Court has ordered a liquidator, Hamal Bab, to furnish the court with all documents of United Insurance Company Limited within a week.
The option is only within 12 months. You liquidate the company, make the decision to liquidate or revive it. Now, for 21 years, somehow, the Commission of Insurance has found it necessary to keep the statutory management until the liquidation happened.
When the matter came up for hearing, Justice Francis Gikonyo had that the liquidator has not paid creditors for assets close to $500 billion, which has affected people's lives and livelihoods.
I have put a list of 98 claimants, people who are aged, some are dead. I have put a list of people who are amputated, thereby affecting all their lives, and for those 20 years, they have not received a single cent.
The court also had that the mediation held on 1st of December 2025 between the liquidator and the creditors failed due to the liquidator's conduct and disposition.
Tumeanza hii kesi hata kakiingia nachoandikiwa kama msichana. Sasa hii nimezeeka. Sasa tutaimaliza. Imaliza hii kesi kama Mungu amekutuma.
The next hearing is set for 6 July 2026 when Hamal has been ordered to personally appear in court.
I don't pay rent for now.
Okay.
Let's have an invoice, and then we shall deal with that question. All right. And then the shareholders and directors to apply for the setting aside of the liquidation order, and they do that within 21 days of today.
Ruth Wamboi for Prime Edition.
Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has reiterated government's commitment to stand in solidarity with families affected by the tragic gold mine collapse in West Pokot County.
Murkomen says the government has dispatched humanitarian support, including medical assistance, food supplies, and other essential items to support the affected community.
Give us on minor reports.
Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen on Monday toured Dromos area of Kachaliba in West Pokot County, where a gold mine collapse tragedy claimed the lives of 15 people.
Kila familia ambao walipoteza mtu yao, nitatuma county commissioner apelekee familia yao, kila familia 1,100.
Condoling with families of those affected, Murkomen promised government support to rebuild livelihoods. The Cabinet Secretary said similar support will be extended to the families affected by the gold mine collapse in Ogago Village, North Sakwa, Siaya County.
Wale ambao wanajimudu kimaisha kwa kuchimba gold, wale wanaitwa artisanal mines, muko na haki ya kufanya ile kazi mnafanya na muko na haki ya kujimudu katika maisha yenu.
Area leaders including Governor Simon Kachapin and lawmakers urge artisanal miners across the country to adhere to safety guidelines to prevent reoccurrence of similar incidents.
Tumepoteza watu hapa, lakini tumepoteza watu wengi, na ile mtu aliongea hapa alisema tumepoteza hii miaka yote kwa sababu ya kutokuwa na usalama.
Give us Mana Prime Edition.
Karibu.
Let's now take you to the counties. The port of Lamu has marked a major milestone after receiving the largest ship ever to dock in the East and Central Africa region, signaling the growing importance of Kenya's newest deep-sea port in regional and international trade.
Now, the massive vessel MV Baltimore, measuring 369 meters in length, arrived at the port of Lamu from the port of Salalah in Oman.
This and more stories make our county news roundup.
Speaking after the vessel docked, the executive manager of the Port of Lamu, Abdulaziz Mzee, said the successful arrival of the giant ship demonstrates the rapid progress the port has made since its official opening.
Watu wanaotuangalia huko nje wawe na confidence na port ya Lamu kwa upande wa kazi, wasione tu kama ni transshipment hub peke yake.
Elsewhere at an event in Mogori Girls High School, Murang'a County, parents were urged to spend more time with their children to recognize early signs of poor mental health as May marks Mental Health Awareness Month.
I want us to practice planting good deeds in our mates. You plant hope, you plant success, you plant victory.
Separately, police officers from Kikuyu Sub-County have launched investigations into a tragic incident in which a mother is suspecting of poisoning her children to death. According to preliminary reports, the woman allegedly locked her children in their rental house, having left a jiko on.
Haki tumehuzunika sana kwa sababu hawa ni watu wadogo, wazazi ni bibi na bwana, lakini wameshindwa kulea watoto. Kwa sababu tunaweza sema nini?
Meanwhile, leadership wrangles have emerged in the African Holy Spirit Church in Kakamega County, with a section of leaders allied to the current high priest dismissing a rival faction led by the deputy high priest over the legitimacy of the church leadership.
Kama wameamua watu waambie tu jina lao, wawe na jina lao, wasitumie jina letu.
Finally, the Supreme Council of Muslims in Kenya, Isiolo branch, has called on the government to expedite plans to recruit madrasa teachers on permanent and pensionable terms and post them to public, primary and secondary schools. The clergy said the lack of government-employed religious teachers has continued to be a major financial burden on parents.
Once ikiapproviwa walimu wa madrasa wakuwe employed there. At the county level pia, the early child education. Na vile vile TAC.
Joy Naomi reporting for Prime Edition.
Are you ready for the next big thing in tech? Well, we'll spotlight Kenya's brightest young minds, game-changing startups, and breakthrough technology that are shaping our future. From AI and robotics to sustainable futures, we bring you the stories behind the scenes. KBC Channel 1. Remember, tech starts here.
Hebu fikiria environment kama hii hapa Western Kenya. Eti mtu atatoka hapa aende Nairobi kusoma university to conquer the world. Mimi Andrew nitahakikisha hiyo ndoto imezimwa. Tazama hayo yote kwa Gundu KBC Tuesday to Thursday 7:30 p.m. Leo sio kesho.
And good evening. Welcome to Prime Edition Business News. My name is Trevor Ngendo. We hope that you're keeping warm on this very cold day on Monday. Let's begin with finance bill, and if you're earning 30,000 shillings and below monthly, you could be exempted from pay-as-you-earn tax if a proposal in the Finance Bill 2026 is adopted. National Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Badi says this, as well as reducing pay-as-you-earn rate for those earning between 30,000 shillings and 50,000 shillings, is among measures expected to be introduced in the Finance Bill 2026 to cushion low-income workers. Take a look.
National Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Badi says he plans to introduce measures in the Finance Bill 2026 exempting salaried workers earning less than 30,000 shillings a month from pay-as-you-earn, as well as reduce the rate for those earning between 30,000 shillings and 50,000 shillings from the current 30% to 20%. National Treasury now says the proposal might be factored in the final amendments of the Finance Bill 2026 after missing out in the published draft.
So chances are that very high that these amendments will be carried in this finance bill, not waiting for tax laws amendment. We were just watching because, you know, we have up to June to be able to conclude.
So we were doing simulations, assessing, and looking at the records from Kenya Revenue Authority.
The draft Finance Bill 2026 introduces tax for companies involved in making ATMs and other bank cards.
Those who create the cards which these financial institutions use, they make money in millions. And why should a mama mboga in the street pay tax and you make millions out of a bank and you don't pay? You know, that is the contradiction that I don't understand.
He says the tax filing schedules are being revised to reduce overload of Kenya Revenue Authority systems during tax filing deadlines.
It is training because everybody waits until June. So we are saying majority should file their returns by April.
The draft Finance Bill 2026 has proposals to give Kenya Revenue Authority powers to monitor financial transactions.
It is financial records. They are not going to ask who is my girlfriend. They have nothing to do with who is your spouse or who. That is your private data. But information about your financial records anywhere in the world should be public.
Badi projects that the Finance Bill 2026 will generate at least 130 billion shillings. Benson Rioba reporting for Prime Edition.
Thank you, Benson Rioba, for that story. Of course, it's something that we'll continue to monitor and see as we head towards the Finance Bill 2026 adoption and the budget reading. We continue, and there is need to consolidate and share information on artificial intelligence and digital technologies to support scaling up local tech startups. Speaking at on the sidelines of the Africa Forward Summit, Information, Communication and Digital Economy Cabinet Secretary William Kabogo said that regional artificial intelligence will promote technology sovereignty and reduce importation of technology-related products.
Nova Garage event is among side events of the ongoing Africa Forward Summit. At the event, 15 innovators drawn from across 8 African countries were offered an opportunity to pitch to potential investors. Here, the rallying call was increasing investment in local startups to promote technology sovereignty and reduce reliance on foreign-sourced tech solutions.
If we put our act together, the next 3-4 years, Africa will be different. And more so after we clear our problems.
For a very long time, here in Africa, we've been consumers rather than builders. This time round, we want to build our own. And the reason why we call it garage is because everything good comes from a garage.
Speakers highlighted the need for ICT, and Digital Economy Cabinet Secretary William Kabogo says Kenya is pushing for enhancing protection of intellectual property and copyrights to ensure local innovators benefit from their inventions.
Founders and businesses require reliable infrastructure, supportive regulation, access to talent, functioning digital systems, and opportunities to scale beyond domestic markets.
In terms of looking at the laws that are regulating royalties and also IPs, so as KBC and as other financial institutions would be able to support innovators and those in the creative space to be actually able to access this financing and scale their businesses.
They called on countries in Africa to embrace common incubation for local startups to promote peer-to-peer information sharing.
Achieving this requires a strong collaboration between government, development finance institutions, the private sector, investors and innovation ecosystems to fully unlock Africa's potential.
Ratemo said the Kenya Development Corporation is increasing support for startups to scale their operations. Benson Rioba reporting for Prime Edition.
Let's talk agriculture now, and the International Fund for Agriculture Development is warning that Kenya and other developing countries are likely to face higher food prices in the coming months as the global cost of production increases due to the Middle East war.
The war in the Middle East has disrupted the food supply chain that the International Fund for Agriculture Development warns is likely to distort the agri-systems in most countries.
We are not seeing a direct, right now, effect as we had seen in previous shocks on food prices, but inflation will happen over time.
Alvaro says the International Fund for Agriculture Development is targeting to raise 220 billion shillings to support agriculture systems in developing countries mainly by targeting to subsidize farm inputs for smallholder farmers.
Replenishment, we mobilized $1.7 billion. For this one, I think that's the minimum we're aiming for. We understand the current challenges, but it's important that many countries and many donors, but also recipient countries, are understanding that food security also underpins stability.
For now, we are focusing our interventions in four main areas. We are focusing interventions in rural finance to ensure that farmers have the right financing to support agricultural activities.
The International Fund for Agriculture Development is also challenging the private sector to increase investment in agriculture.
And we build resilience over time. In the short term, you can obviously try to reduce some of the prices of fertilizers. You can also try to support through cash transfers.
Benson Trioba, reporting for Prime Edition.
The East African Development Bank has launched a new 1.7 billion shillings fund to support youth and women-led enterprises. East African Development Bank Acting Director General Bernard Mono says the kitty is part of efforts to drive inclusive growth across East Africa. Speaking during the bank's Governing Council meeting in Kampala, Uganda, Mono said the cash would be channeled through partner financial institutions across member states.
There is a fund that the Governing Council approved today. We agreed that part of our profits that we made in this year and part of other funds that we held, we dedicate them towards starting a fund that will specifically lend to youth and women in the region at a very affordable cost, which will be converted in local currency in all member states and lent through the partner financial institution to businesses that are run by youth and women.
And let's talk livestock. And Nairobi is hosting a high-level workshop on the Animal Resources Information System, gathering experts from across Africa to strengthen livestock disease surveillance and animal health data systems. Officials from Africa Union, Inter-African Bureau for Animal Resources, World Organization for Animal Health, and the European Union have underscored how reliable data is critical for effective livestock planning and disease control.
We know that good decisions are not based on impressions, they are based on evidence, and therefore we have to provide evidence from data that is accurate, complete, harmonized, and effectively used.
Early detection, which in this case, and outbreaks of diseases, protection of human health, disease detection also go in tandem with improved animal productivity.
It is important to notify emerging diseases as well so that we can collect information about the extent of these diseases, the trends, and so that we can make informed decisions to say, is this the disease has to be listed by OHA so that we can develop standards for its control and management.
And across the borders, Egypt is strengthening its cargo corridor with Italy and the rest of Europe as instability in the Strait of Hormuz pushes countries to seek safer freight routes linking Europe, the Gulf, and Africa. The route has emerged as a possible lifeline as disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz continue to destabilize the global economy. Here are the details of this and other stories in the Business Roundup.
The roll-on-roll-off cargo route that was launched in 2024 links Italy's Trieste port on the Adriatic Sea with Egypt's Damietta port on the Mediterranean. The sea route has now been extended with containers transported either by land or through the Suez Canal to Egypt's Red Sea ports and onto Gulf markets including the United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, Oman and Qatar. However, the roll-on-roll-off cargo link cannot fully replace the Strait of Hormuz. The drawback is that containers are being loaded and unloaded several times during the trip, limiting volumes that can be transported. Meanwhile, concerns over the risks posed by artificial intelligence have loomed large over a U.S. trial pitting Elon Musk against Sam Altman, co-founders of OpenAI. The trial centers on OpenAI's 2015 founding as a non-profit that later evolved into a for-profit venture. Musk, co-founder of OpenAI, filed the case in August 2024, accusing his fellow co-founder Altman of breaking promises to keep the company a non-profit. Musk is seeking $150 billion in damages and the removal of Altman and Greg Brockman, another OpenAI co-founder and president of the company. Altman in turn accused Musk of trying to hobble the ChatGPT maker for the benefit of his own AI company. Finally, Yemen is experiencing a devastating decline in local wildlife populations due to the prolonged civil war and a severe humanitarian crisis. Environmentalists and ecologists are raising urgent calls for public attention to wildlife protection, warning that many endangered species could face extinction without effective conservation measures. The Yemeni government has identified 57 critical ecological areas, with many of them recognized by international organizations as vital habitats for globally endangered birds, such as the Seka falcon, the peregrine falcon.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Kenya.
Wake up with Good Morning Kenya, the morning show that's got it all.
We dive deep into issues shaping our country.
Youth are a voice of a nation.
What is the next step for the young people?
Unpacking political landscape from Monday to Wednesday.
We discuss family matters.
It is very important to guard your relationship.
And for your health.
Someone doesn't wake up and they become an addict. It's in stages.
We've got you covered each and every Tuesday at 9 a.m.
Every Wednesday, it's all about the viewpoint.
A day in politics is like 1,000 years.
Unpacking the biggest stories of the week, getting you insights and getting you ready for your day.
And the package is not yet done. I get to fix your Thursday with some entertainment. Entertainment Thursday, it is.
Good morning, Kenya.
We shape your day.
Good Morning Kenya, every weekday morning on KBC Channel 1.
Welcome to sports. Government leaders and sports stakeholders
International Olympic Committee.
The Africa Forward Summit, which kicked off today and is set to culminate Tuesday in Nairobi, Kenya. Day one of the convention saw sports feature among the activities, with speakers of the day expressing optimism that with such high-level engagements with France, Africa was bound to benefit tremendously from the equal-based and balanced partnership.
International Olympic Committee member Paul Tergat, who represented IOC President Casti Coventry, stated that Africa stood a chance to benefit from crucial partnerships with France, noting that the forthcoming Youth Olympic Games in Dakar, Senegal later this year will leave behind a rich legacy and also offer a moment for the continent to showcase its sports talents and depth.
It will leave a lasting legacy by delivering sustainable sports infrastructure, promoting the Olympic values and building human capacity in a new generation of skilled African event professionals.
Former World Women's Marathon record holder Tekla Lorupe, whose academy in Kapenguria has benefited from partnerships with French Development Agency, emphasized the role that sports plays in the society.
We need to invest more in sports so that our youths can be leaders for tomorrow. They cannot go to the streets and fight and throw stones, but they can go to the street to throw balls. They can go to the street to run marathons.
Kenya has recently explored collaborations with France, with the French city of Miramas hosting Kenyan athletes who camped in the southern France ahead of the 2020 and 2024 Olympic Games.
Of that effort, of that meeting we had, Team Kenya, where I was the chef de mission.
Athlètes kenyans
et français de notre club d'athlétisme, que nous sommes liés d'amitié avec Paul notamment, mais aussi le CNOC et l'ensemble des directions pour pouvoir travailler ensemble pour les Jeux Olympiques.
And it is thanks to Kenyan athletes who came to train with the Miramas Club of Athletics that we were able to build this strong relationship.
Further partnerships being sought in emerging technological fields in artificial intelligence and sports science. Further partnerships being sought in emerging technological fields in artificial intelligence and sports science as African countries battle to show up their medal tally in newer sporting fields in international competitions. The two-day summit, which has cast the relations between Africa and France under spotlight, is set to come to an end on Tuesday. Reporting for Channel 1 from University of Nairobi grounds, I'm Bernardo Kumu.
President William Ruto has called on Africa to transform sport from a recreational or competitive activity to one that serves the functions of diplomacy, technology, tourism and infrastructure development. Speaking at the high-level sports dialogue at the Africa Forward Summit 2026, the head of state said that taking a pathway that focuses on investment will open opportunities for the continent's sports industry to generate revenue streams that support job creation. He encouraged stadium managers to move away from that current one match a week model to one that includes hospitality, includes conferencing, and also media production. The dialogue brought together President Emmanuel Macron, Botswana's President Duma Boko, and Senegalese President Bassirou Diomaye Faye.
Right here in Nairobi, we are developing the Talanta Sports City, not stadium, city, anchored by the world-class Raila Odinga Sports Stadium, alongside state-of-the-art training facilities, hospitality, infrastructure, commercial spaces, including media production centers and smart mobility systems. It is a historic opportunity. An opportunity to build one of the world's most dynamic sports economies. And I'm happy that we are discussing sports and money and economists. An opportunity to turn talent into enterprise, passion into prosperity, and potential into real power.
The Confederation of African Football, CAF President Dr. Patrice Motsepe held a successful meeting today in Nairobi to review the Pamoja AFCON 2027 preparations across Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. The Africa Cup of Nations will be held next year in the 3 East African nations.
Dr. Motsepe commended the significant progress made by the 3 host nations and expressed confidence that Pamoja AFCON 2027 will be a resounding success.
Under your leadership and in partnership with our minister in Kenya, good progress has been made, and this is going to be an enormously successful.
The host nations reaffirmed their commitment to sustained collaboration to ensure full readiness and to deliver the most successful AFCON in the competition's history.
We work on the hardware, which is the infrastructure and the stadiums. I assure you that we will be working on the software so that we give all the fans across the world a spectacular event. For those who will visit the region, you will be happy and proud of East Africa.
The meeting was attended by Sports Cabinet Secretary Salim Vuria, Sports PS Elijah Mwangi, Uganda FA President Moses Magogo, with Sports Minister Peter Ogwang, Tanzania FA President Wallace Karia, with Sports Minister Paul Makonda, and the Pamoja Local Organizing Committee. Michael Mondiga for Channel 1 Sports.
Team Kenya started their campaign with an outright victory in the Africa Para-Cycling Championship in Abuja, Nigeria, where they won 3-0, three gold, and 3 bronze medals. Samuel Mwangi was the toast of the day with 2 gold medals in the men's individual pursuit and 200-meter sprint C3 classification events for limb impairments. Visually impaired Anthony Mugwanja and his sighted guide Njangi Gathura rode to victory too in the men's individuals pursuit B before he settled for the bronze in tandem sprint B event. His compatriot Anne Nekesa won 2 bronze medals in the women's individuals pursuit B and tandem sprint B events, sight guided by Julia Muringu. The championship is also a qualifier and ranking event for both the Commonwealth Games and the Los Angeles Olympic Games. Equity Bank's men's handball team continue to dominate the Kenya Handball League after maintaining their lead at the top of the men's table standings following Week 13 fixtures. In the women's category, Ulinzi Sharks are leading the standings with 15 points after a strong campaign so far.
The Bankers have enjoyed an impressive run this season, winning 12 out of 13 of their matches and suffering only 1 defeat. Their strong performances have earned them 24 points, placing them 3 points clear of National Cereals and Produce Board handball team. Ulinzi Shooters currently sit third as the title race gathers momentum. In the women's category, Ulinzi Sharks are leading the standings with 15 points after a strong campaign so far. Nairobi Water are second on 14 points, while National Cereal and Produce Board women's handball team occupy the third place with 13 points. The league resumes this week with matches scheduled to take place at the Nyayo National Stadium and the Kaloleni Handball Court.
And finally, APS Bonnet head coach Sami Pamzo Omolo has been named the Sportspesa League Coach of the Month for April, marking a standout period for both the tactician and his resurgent side. Mara Sugar head coach Francis Xavier finished as the runner-up for the monthly award after also guiding his side to 3 wins, albeit from 1 additional fixture.
The former Kenyan international has overseen a remarkable turnaround at APS Bomet, guiding the team through a challenging stretch of the season with resilience and consistency. His recognition comes during a deeply personal time following the loss of his wife earlier this year. Receiving the award on the Mother's Day, Pamzo delivered an emotional tribute dedicating the honor to his late wife, affectionately known as Mama Denzel, while acknowledging the support of the family and team.
You know, I've been in this league for a long time, and we were really struggling. Until Sportspesa came in. And this is a very big morale booster for all the teams, and you guys have really done a very good job.
On the pitch, APS Bomet enjoyed a flawless April, registering a 100% win record. The team secured victories over Sofapaka, Ulinzi Stars and Posta Rangers, Omolo's former club, keeping clean sheets in all 3 matches.
I really want to dedicate this award to my wife, my late wife. She just left us 5 months back, and she was very inspiring to me, and she really helped me. She has been really helping me through this journey when she was around, and of course I miss her.
Mwana mavijana wanajituma. We've awarded Kevin Wangaya as Player of the Month of Nairobi United, and he's delivered 3 goals and 3 supports for his team, directly winning 7 points. Na leo pia tumekuja ku recognize Pamzo, or better say Sami Omolo, coach of APS Bomet. Na pia yeye tumeona venye amepeleka timu yake in the month of April, winning all the 3 matches.
Mara Sugar head coach Xavier finished as the runner-up for the monthly award after also guiding his team to 3 wins, albeit from the 1 additional fixture.
Well, and that does it for the live broadcast tonight. We want to thank you as usual for making us your channel of choice for your news. And
Indeed.
Yeah.
Tom, before we go, I don't know, there's a vessel that arrived today at the port of Lamu from Oman. Did you say Salale or what did you say?
I knew you had to go there. By the way, do you know
it's Salala.
It's Salala.
Yes.
No, what I know is Oman has got 11 provinces, and that's if you look at the southern Dhofar province, the capital is called Salala, and it's known for its greenery. It's called the capital city of perfumes. So I got a bit excited.
It's also the famous Salale by the president.
So I got a bit excited,
Salala.
and I laid a lot of emphasis
All right.
on Salala. Yeah, but it's the capital city in Oman.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, so we've got to go now.
Thank you for your feedback on our social media platforms at KBC Channel 1 at KBC Digital. I can hear Hemston, the director, saying time is up, and I can't actually go through all of them.
Okay.
Thank you, and especially on the story that touches on KBC Kuduma partnership and the Africa Forward Summit that is underway in the country. I am Mchuma Odim. Our sign language expert tonight is Lensa Odingo.
And I'm Trevor Ngendo. Thank you so much for tuning in.
And I'm Tom Boyer. You know what? We will be back again tomorrow, same time, same place. Good night from all of us.
Today, I have something to celebrate.
Divorce.
Yeah.
Miss, you okay?
I'm fine. My stomach hurts.
Let me help you out. Really should get back at you. As well as the fees, I put some more cash on your account here. Order whatever you want to eat.
Oh, you made it. My boyfriend. I want you to be my boyfriend.
Why would you want to be with a doorman? I just don't get it. Hey, if you want a boyfriend, I can introduce someone for you.
Alhamdulillah, mashallah, nakumind. Na ukinipenda ndakuchunga kama sai. Why lie, my baby, you fine. Why lie, my baby, you fine. Alhamdulillah, mashallah, nakumind. Na ukinipenda ndakuchunga kama sai. Why lie, my baby, you fine. Why lie, my baby, you fine. Wagwan, my guys. It's your boy, Sean MMG. Skiza, mage, na tuko hapa Grapevine manze. Good vibes, ukitucheki hapa hivi. Na usisahau, keep on streaming Skiza mage, EP on all DSPs.
Hey, yo, Wagwan, welcome to the biggest, the baddest entertainment show right here in the 254, man. Tonight, we got you a cocktail of everything. Yes. But before that, how has your week been? How has your Monday been? Because leo, ni ile show mwecheche, yani ni mbaya, ama ni aje. It's a mix of theater, powerful performances, and of course, we have one of the baddest urban tone artists right here in the 254, featured on our link-up segment. But before that, let me take you through our ritual, our weekly ritual of the new releases. Na tuko na a collaboration between Ben Soul and Watenda Willy Manzo. Wametoa ngoma inaitwa Na Enjoy. Now, if you look at the visuals of this song, inakupatia ile vibe ya a white party. Alafu pia wamecheza na their pen game. Yani, writing on this song iko dope sana. Besides that, nimeona ni kama Otile Brown na Willy Paul pia ni kama wame squash their beef. Now, they have something cooking, yeah? So keep it right here on The Biggest Show. Feel like a boss to catch me on my social media handles at Jack Muller. And let's now get into the business of the night. Tonight we step into the history through culture, theater, and storytelling as the legendary tale of Wayaki Wainga comes alive on stage through powerful performances, music, and tradition. Welcome to Wayaki Wainga, the play.
A wave of culture, history, and live performance swept through Nairobi as the stage production Wayaki Wahinga continued to draw massive crowds, with its Saturday show officially selling out. Inspired by the story of Wayaki Wahinga, the musical play revisits the journey of one of Kenya's earliest symbols of resistance, a leader remembered for defending his people, culture, and land during the colonial era. But this is far from a history lesson. Blending theatre, live music, dance, and a powerful visual storytelling, the production transforms the story into an immersive cultural experience, one deeply rooted in Kikuyu heritage and African identity.
He's handsome, tall, young man, fine young man from Laikipia, Mama Laiwa, Laikipia, become Hinga. Good question.
From traditional costumes and symbolism to emotionally charged performances on stage, audiences were taken through themes of leadership, sacrifice, unity, and cultural pride. The sold-out shows also highlight the growing appetite for Kenyan storytelling, with audiences increasingly embracing productions that celebrate local history through modern entertainment. And beyond the stage, Wayaki Wahinga is sparking conversation online, with many praising the play for keeping history alive through art, music, and performance. As Kenyan theatre continues to evolve, productions like this are proving that local stories still carry power and that culture remains the strongest forms of storytelling.
All right, tonight on our link-up segment, we are coming straight out at the Elevate Studios, and we are about to have a candid conversation with the superstar mwenyewe, Sean MMG. I told you, this is the only show that you get to meet these superstars. Now, Sean MMG, one of the baddest urban tone musician, dropped a brand new EP, a 7-track EP dubbed Magi Magi. Ako hapa nyuma yangu, we are about to have that convo with him so that he can take us through the creative process. I told you, Sean.
Yeah, man.
Kwaje G? Are you ready to rock and roll?
Yeah, man.
Ati dance ya kudonjo ni dance ya ma. Dance kishika unazungusha. Right to the left unazungushia. Ini dance ya ma. Ati dance ya kudonjo ni dance ya majuu. Dance kishika unazungusha mguu. Right to the left unazungushia juu. Ini dance ya majuu. Ini dance ya majuu.
Wagwan my guys. It's your boy Sean MMG. Skiza mage mage. Na leo nataka kuwakaribisha to the Elevate Studio. I've been dancing, singing along to music ever since I was a kid. Then kitu mbeleni ndo nikaanza kufanya dancing.
Nasaka formula, nisonge wapi nende wapi ndo ni get mula. Joki na njerima siwa mbona nitafuta. Na vile sherehe tulipiga jana kalipuka. Akiwa line nilijipata stage.
Biggest song yenye ili introduce kwa industry vizuri, I think ni Now You Know. But the one which made an impact vizuri sana ile ilikuwa ni dance ya majuu. Dance ya kudonjo ilikuwa ni deadly mbaya. Yeah. Like atupevia ways for both me and YBW Smith, yeah.
Na niko maganji makladi ni za Ulaya. Mimi niko ready, ni wapi tunakutana. Tukazitoke na machaji zikitubamba. Dance ya kudonjo ni dance ya majuu. Dance kishika unazungusha mguu. Right to the left.
Dance ya kudonjo manze, it was one of the most simplest songs tuliandika. Kwa sababu it's actually a feel good song yenye tulikuwa at this time of our lives yenye kila kitu tulikuwa inaenda sasa, like ndio mmeanza yani kufigure out vitu unacheki. Sasa hiyo ndio ilikuwa inabamba about it, kwa sababu tuko Mombasa tunachill hapo hivyo, tukasema kwa sababu tuko huku acha tuandike kitu yenye inaweza tupatie vibe ya huku. Sijui kama unaweza get hata dobo inakuwa na coastal vibe. Ukianza ukisikia dobo ukiwa coast na kumekia sense even more.
Skiza Nakauna rada basi sayo menino. Nakauna kopi basi sayo menino. Nakaukujua basi sayo menino. Umeni.
Now You Know ilikuwa ile song yenye sasa tumemake hiyo dance ya kudonjo. Ilikuwa sasa nikakuambia sasa you know we can do it. Tunacheki kwa sababu mimi azimi nimekuwa nikiget a lot of criticism. Hata mpaka wale unakuangalia unacheki design mtu anaweza kuambia this is not meant for you, unacheki. Unaachana tu na so but me sikuachi get into me. Sasa ndo tukatoa after dance ya kudonjo tukacheki venye vitu zinaenda, then came Now You Know. Na zote zilikuwa zimefanywa on the same day.
Tubaguyatia ya nani ndio nani, na kama dubene za feel niko lucky. Mob tezi nazo uliza hadi chaki. I straight to the facts kwa rap nitabonga.
Wanasemanga kwa kila msanii atafute tu team inakusaidia in many ways zenye hata wewe mwenyewe huwezi kuwa unafikiria. Wewe kazi yako inakuwa ni ku think about your music na kufocus on your music. Business side wewe unajua kusoma, obviously utasoma hizo vitu. If it's not aligning with you unaambia jamaa wako, timu wako anaenda na set na inarudi venye unataka.
Basi sayo menino umeni na kauna rada basi sayo menino. Na kauna copy basi sayo menino. Na kokujua basi sayo menino.
Manze Skiza Mage Mage EP is the name of the EP by yours truly Sean MMG. Skiza Mage Mage. And actually this is one of my creations and I'm actually really proud of, kwa sababu I got almost all of the biggest artists on my EP, unacheki.
Mimi nataka tudondoke kidogo, mdogo no pose for the photo. Haitaki story taki nini taki zogo. No comment jamu neza dondoka kidogo.
Hata mimi wanashukuru tu God zilifanyika kwa sababu hawakusumbua. None of them actually like delayed on the verses ama kitu yote. Like they were really actually walikuwa nafurahia kufanya kazi na mimi, na pia mimi nilikuwa nafurahia kufanya kazi na wao, kwa sababu it actually shows that Kenya pia kuna togetherness kwa doba, kuna unity, unacheki, kuna unity kwa muziki pia. It doesn't mean that you have to be such a high grade artist so that you can be featured with them, unacheki, on the same song with them. So ukiwa msanii unajituma, unaelewa kazi yako, hata wanaelewa kazi yako yenye unaekelea kwa kazi na wanafanya venye inafaa.
Haitaki story taki nini taki zogo.
most of the songs there kwanza zimeka almost over a year and year kama like this ndio imeka almost 1 year and a half unacheki imekaa tu hapa tu ikingoja siku yake kwa sababu pia ku drop I think mimi nakonga na I don't know, you have to get this feeling yenye it's at the right time unacheki mimi najuanga timing zangu na kwa nimepanga way before tunajua if I did it at that time sasa ingekuwa imepotelea but at this time hapa sasa itakuwa ni noma.
Kweli sina mambo tangu kitambo na kwa malizia bando atifanya nini yoni download nashindwa nini ndo inakuja na madabu.
Bensoul actually is one of the most funniest guys hapo hivyo unacheki kwa sababu ni mtu tunaelewana pia. When I was a dancer I used to chill with him pia. So I think he saw actually the kind of work I can put in. Kaniaminia pia na doba pia sikiani kale.
It is a big thing jana mdogo sahi anafuatanisha meeting ndo kuwatokeana kwa nyumba niko streaming cheki right left ni manuru wako streaming nikamekula beating na kwa kijana niko sipping drinking na makwela
Kikuyu. Sasa nikisema Kairi Tugakwa na maanisha msichana wangu. Coming together with Okello Max kwa hii kwangu kwanza ilikuwa somehow ilikuwa inanionyesha design ya in other ways I can cut across na pia in other ways you can actually cut across on this side unacheki. One of the most diverse songs I've ever heard of ni by the way unacheki. Working with Okello was actually a great honor working with him kwa sababu pia ni msanii mbigi tena sana. I think sai tuko ile place yenye we feel like traditional is actually some of the best ways to move na hii kitu kwa sababu look at countries like South Africa for instance. Amapiano I never understand anything that they say sindio but zinaingiana but ukikama huku hivi the languages that we speak most of them zinataka kuingiana unacheki and when you actually put it in a song it actually feels the greatest kabisa. Look at the song like Mwaki by Sofia Nzao unacheki yani it cut across kabisa all nations yani paka juu ocean and it's Kikuyu. Ebu imagine it's not English ama Swahili, it's Kikuyu. So try imagine what impact our traditional culture has out there that has not yet been tapped into.
Nasikia niko majuu, nasikia zimenibeba juu, nasikia diko miguu yo cheki. Yo what do you do? Nasikia niko majuu, nasikia zimenibeba juu, nasikia diko miguu yo cheki. Yo what do you do? Nasikia niko.
Kuna hii time fulani nimelala Australia kwa room naangalia nje na niko on the topest floor. Sijui tulikuwa floor 47. Tumetulia. Naangalia nje na nikaona kama hapa pale nimefika. Bado tunaendelea tuko na njia ya kuenda. Then came the juice moment ya Billboard. Kujiona kwa Billboard, familia yako na kuona kwa Billboard manze, kwa TV everywhere, kwa ads unacheki. That's one of the moments yenye zimefanya nikasikia yenyewe something is happening. Venye email inaenda ndo venye nafaa.
G-Man, that was a powerful interview. I hope you guys got to know him and also experience his brand new EP dubbed Magi Magi. Right about now, we are taking break, but still we have a lot lined up for you. So don't touch that dial, just hold it.
Jina! Akia watoto wa siku hizi wakiwa wanasumbua. Usikose kuona Gundu KBC Channel 1 every Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday. Ujionee hivi vituko vya watoto wa siku hizi wanaosumbua wazazi na mengine mengi. Keep it Gundu. Jina!
Are you a talented artist? Or are you passionate about a topic you want to discuss? But money can be very hard to find for an upcoming artist. Don't worry, Studio Mashinani has got your back. Sign Sign up on ajira.co.ke to book a session with your music and video producers across the country. Work on your music, jingles, spoken words, and even podcasts to realize your dream, all for free. Studio Mashinani, Radani Talent.
Welcome back to the part 2 of the show with yours truly, the Party Daddy. Now, in case you're just joining in, this is Grapevine. Now, Anza MMA 006 lit up Alchemist with explosive action as East African rising fighters delivered one of the most thrilling performances on the gauge. Let's check it out.
Opening bout, the atmosphere was intense. Every fighter came in with one mission: finish the fight. And that's exactly what happened. Out of 9 fights on the card, 8 ended before reaching the judges, with knockouts, submissions, and technical knockouts keeping the crowd on its feet throughout the night. The main event saw Kenya's Samuel Lorian of Nairobi Jiu-Jitsu Academy shine in front of the home crowd after submitting Rwanda's Jonathan Ntakirutimana in a thrilling featherweight showdown. The co-main event also delivered fireworks as Italy's Lorenzo Cardanelli, representing Kigali BJJ, once again defeated Kenya's Amos Eboso by submission in a heated rematch that had fans fully locked in. One of the night's biggest crowd reaction came just 30 seconds into Shadrach Otieno's lightweight clash after he pulled off a lightning-fast rear-neck choke victory over Aman Nigena. Elsewhere inside the cage, Steve Munyi powered his way to a TKO win over Camille Pison, while Martin Mwanza closed the preliminaries in style with another explosive stoppage victory. And with the crowd still buzzing from the action, Anza MMA used the moment to announce its next professional fight night set for June 6th at the Broadwalk Mall. The upcoming event is expected to feature some of Kenya's biggest MMA stars, alongside regional fighters from Zambia, Tanzania, Uganda, DRC, and South Sudan, proving that East Africa MMA is steadily becoming one of the region's fastest rising entertainment scenes. From the entrances, to the knockouts, to the roaring crowd reaction, Anza MMA Fight Nights 008 proved that mixed martial arts in Kenya is no longer just a sport. It's becoming a full spectacle.
All right, we're here for yet another episode of The Jam going down at the Gote Institute. Now, The Jam is a showcase of music and culture, typically for the local talent. Tonight, they're hosting Chris Ba all the way from Mombasa, alongside Akoth Jumadi, and of course, the DJ Nat Maberi. It's going to be a party. It's going to be something fire. Without wasting time, let's dive straight into it.
Hosted by Coco Kahi and powered by Tangaza Magazine, alongside Goth Institute Nairobi, the night brought together music lovers, creatives, and rising alternative voices under one roof for an intimate live session. From the moment performances kicked off, the energy inside the venue was undeniable. The crowd locked in with every lyric, every beat, and every transition as the artist delivered raw, soulful, and deeply expressive sets.
Show me what is lying underneath you. Oh, I think I'm ready for love. I think I'm ready for love.
Chris Barr brought smooth melodies and captivating stage presence, drawing the audience into a performance that felt both personal and powerful.
Right now, I'm in a place where I'm consciously moving with the idea that as long as I'm honest with myself and my messages, even outside of the stage, and then just bring that humanity, just general humanity, everything that I'm feeling, just being honest with myself and bringing that to a performance, people will naturally resonate. Or whoever it is that's meant to hear the message, if you understand it, it means it's for you. So I'm switching that kind of mentality whereby I get nervous sometimes, but then I look at the stage as an opportunity to speak to people, like regardless of whether I know you or not. That's a space for me to be truthful, to be open, to be honest, and then it's just naturally going to... I don't have to tell you, I just have to say something true to me, and you'll find some truth within yourself as well.
Akoth Jumadi added a rich blend of emotion and storytelling to the night, effortlessly connecting with the fans through sound that felt honest and authentic. But beyond the music, the Jam was also about community, a meeting point for artists, fans, and creatives looking for real connection through live performance and artistic expression. With dim lights, intimate staging, and a crowd that stayed fully engaged from start to finish, the atmosphere created the perfect setting for a night centered on artistry and sound. As Nairobi's creative culture keeps evolving, events like the Jam are becoming more than just concerts. They are platforms for emerging voices, collaboration, and the future of live music in the city. And if last night was anything to go by, the Jam is quickly becoming one of the spaces to watch on Nairobi's cultural calendar.
it's an honor. I have performed on the Jam, but on other people's sets. So, like on Clark King's set, Zawadi's set, whereby I came as a featuring artist. Nikuja nikafanya 1-2 songs. So I was like, okay, this is a beautiful space. It's very intimate. I would want to speak to the audience, the fans of the Jam. So it feels good now to have my own personal set. And I would still love to come back now with a fuller sound, but right now I feel fulfilled. I feel so happy. I'm always happy after conquering a stage. It's like the Jam. Nitakupata siku moja, and then you do it, and it feels good because now it opens up space to think about other spaces. Where else can I share my music? How better can I do it as well? So for me, it's a complete honor, not just because it's the Jam, but it's because it's a platform and there's people who've come to listen to music. So there's that time and space where I have people and they want to listen to music. So what am I telling them? So for me, it's just an honor to get to be on this stage, to speak to people, human beings like me, but just in different ways.
That is where we put a cap on today's show. Kama kawaida, want to send a big shout out to everyone who has been tuning in, man, from the beginning up to the end, man. I hope you guys enjoyed, job-breaking performances from the Jam. Alafu tumekuwa na Sean MMG live and direct on the show. Pia tumekuwa na theater. Yes. That was a blast. Me, I had too much fun. But remember, haija malizika hapa manze. Next week bado tuko na show ingine mwecheche, yeah? Is that time, man? Mimi nasema tu bye-bye. And as usual, you know the drill. If you did not see it right here on Grapevine, that it most probably never happen. Adios.
This is Hendrik Sam.
Oh yeah, mbinguni hatuwezi fika sisi sote. Nikilipa nasemanga upewe wote. Na enjoy. Wezi elewa ninalewa zinitoke. Ukinipata nimelala kwa matope. Na enjoy. Oh, mniache nilale. Niamke saa 8. Nisheki Bob Marley. Ndio nijitandaze. Tangu tuachane. Niko kiwanjani. Na enjoy. Natibu hangover natumbukiza. Nusu pizza nalipiza. Sina shida niko na suda. Alhamdulillah si watoto wameiva. Piga shot.
Pindi tunapowasha vifaa vyetu, tunapata fursa ya kutangamana na wasikilizaji wetu.
Karibu sana thĩinĩ wa tabarĩra ya Rwiga.
Tunapeperusha utangazaji uliobobea katika habari,
nĩ ũndũ wa macio na mangĩ maingĩ,
burudani,
nĩ harĩa tũkoragwo tũkĩigua nyĩmbo mwaki nyĩmbo hot,
na hamasisho la kiroho. Usiachwe nyuma. Jiunge nasi kwa safari ya kufana katika 99.5 FM. Soro FM.
Tech is here at the Connected Africa Summit 2026, the 15th edition. And this year's theme is Connecting Africa Innovators for an Inclusive Digital Market. And I tell you, the discussions are great and they're geared towards solutions that will actually work. Talk of AI implementation, talk of how to curb cybersecurity. We have delegates, African leaders, thought leaders, all gathered here, and we have all this right here on Take on Tech.
Africa's digital revolution is no longer a vision for the future. It is unfolding now, rapidly reshaping economies, governance, communication, and innovation across the continent. And at the center of that transformation was the Connected Africa Summit 2026, a gathering that brought together leaders, innovators, policymakers, and technology experts from across Africa and beyond to chart a path forward toward a unified digital economy. Held in Kenya, the summit attracted more than 1,500 delegates, reinforcing its growth status as one of Africa's most influential digital platforms.
M-Pesa actually transacts about $800 million a day, more than 500 million transactions. We've just installed a new platform that will do 10,000 transactions per second. We are working with the government to drive the public sector digitization in big sectors such as health, education, agriculture, and also the whole financial services area.
As we gather here at the Connected Africa Summit, the question is no longer whether we can transform tourism through technology. It is how we scale these efforts across the continent. Indeed, the future of tourism here in Kenya is digital.
Your Excellencies, we came to Nairobi with many plans, but we are leaving Nairobi with a clear promise, and there is that one promise. Our promise is to act as a continent. We will find the money for the projects that will make us achieve this one Africa, one digital market.
We have built progress country by country, platform by platform, regulation by regulation. Yet, we have not extensively explored collaboration on the digital front. The next phase of this endeavor demands something bigger, some greater alignment, interoperability, trust, and a newly true African digital market. This summit, therefore, is not just another gathering on technology, but rather a working session for directing our continental trajectory in the ever-dynamic digital space.
Yesterday we had a very engaging session. We had an opportunity to go with the ministers and the delegation to visit one of the flagship projects of our government, the affordable housing project, Mukuru, where we were able to present the future of urbanization of the African continent. We were able to show with our partners, Safaricom, how digitally ready housing can be prepared. We were able also to work with our technology partners, including Huawei, to demonstrate how IT technologies can be used in education through the school which is there at Mukuru Kwanchenga.
Thank you.
This is what digital transformation looks like right here. Because digital literacy is no longer optional, it is the foundation of tomorrow's workforce. A connected community is only as strong as its next generation.
Later on, we visited one of the manufacturing facilities in Kenya, actually two of them. We visited near Fiber, who are already manufacturing fiber for use in Kenya and exporting to over 13 countries. We were able to visit also East African Device Assembly Center, which is already manufacturing devices, and it generated a lot of conversation with the leadership of the continent, and some of the issues our ministers will help to drive to the next level. Later on, we visited Concert Technopolis, where we saw the potential of the continent in urbanization, Science and Technology Park through the Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, and how manufacturing can be even done at a larger scale, and that generated further conversations.
We've been the third world for a while, but with AI coming, where all of us look equally clever or equally foolish, Africa is rising. I keep saying we must be on the table and not on the menu. So Africa is on the table in the world today. Africa does not need anyone's pity. Just give us our space. Let's be connected. Let's do our business. Let this be one digital economy of the connected Africa.
Yes, you had a round of applause for Nexagard Kenya, proud winners of the DPI category.
Future of family planning from South Sudan.
A proud moment indeed for South Sudan right there. Fantastic.
The winner is Scale from South Africa.
A big congratulations to Scale South Africa.
Overall winner, Agri-Tech and Food Systems, is Agri-AI from the Central African Republic. Congratulations.
Talk about owning your country. He came with a flag. A big round of applause for our winners for the Connected Africa Summit 2026 Awards.
Guided by the African Union's Digital Transformation Strategy 2020 to 2030, discussions centered on four major pillars: policy, infrastructure, digital skills, and innovation. The goal was clear: building an inclusive digital market capable of supporting Africa's economic growth and empowering millions of citizens through technology. One of the summit's major highlights was the launch of the Connected Africa Secretariat, which Kenya will chair, signaling the country's growing influence in shaping Africa's digital agenda and strengthening coordination among stakeholders driving the continent's digital transformation. Safaricom Chief Executive Officer Peter Ndagwa emphasized the importance of partnerships in building digital public infrastructure capable of supporting innovation at scale.
And we are also very happy to work with the public sector. So we've been one of the primary supporters of the public sector, the government and so on, in digitizing how the citizens access services, whether those services are in health, in education, in agriculture or any other places. So for example, we are the ones who supported the fertilizer subsidy program. So it runs on our ecosystem, is stored in our data center and our cloud, and actually we are the ones who integrate the solution so that farmers can actually interact with the solution on their phone using M-Pesa and everything else. So of course you need connectivity, you need a payment, and you need infrastructure. So it's about public and private partnership coming together to solve issues, because there's no way you can expect the government to do it alone. The government also, though,
needs to continue, and across Africa needs to continue to have the right policies, the right regulatory frameworks to allow for these things to come alive. M-Pesa will not have come out if the regulators did not approve it.
As artificial intelligence continues to dominate global conversations, experts at the summit urged Africa to adopt a more localized approach to emerging technologies.
So I've seen there's been a huge focus on AI during this event. There's been a huge focus on connectivity. And my conversation during my cybersecurity presentation was as how we can use trust as the currency of Africa's digital modernization. Now, we've seen Africa is adopting a lot of technologies, right? All the way from mobile money, we are moving to cloud, people are using AI for everything, including home. But do we know where our data is, right? When you upload your data to AI, we know AI is ephemeral, it never forgets. Do you know how safe your data is? So that's how we talk about trust, right? Trust becomes a currency in that you need to trust the systems you're using, that they keep your data safe. You need to trust the people that are using this data. You need to trust the applications. And lastly, the LLMs that are running these AI solutions. So that's where we come back to zero trust, right? And we keep telling people zero trust is a journey. It's not a destination you get to. You'll not get one product to give you zero trust. It's more about how you, develop your applications. It's how you use your applications, how you connect to new systems. Every time someone makes an access request, that has to be verified. Every time you have a new application, that has to be verified. Now with AI, we have a lot of LLMs, right? All these new LLMs, do you verify them as an organization before using them? Do you verify the data that they give you, has full integrity, does not compromise safety and security standards, does not introduce things like harassment and hate speech, or even malicious code. So with all that in mind, we find that the simplest way to start, moving into zero trust with this new domain where you have remote users, you have cloud applications, you have AI applications, things like mobile money, is always zero trust. With that, what we say is that the user has to always trust the entity they are operating with, the application, and the vendor. So everybody has a part to play. For the government, they have to create the regulations that support the industry. For the private sector, we can team up with the government, we can introduce threat intelligence, we can support with other cases that has been done. But then for the individual, you have to remember that your data is always your responsibility. You have the most to lose when your data is lost, right? So it starts with the individual. You have to be cyber aware. You have to adopt proper cybersecurity hygiene. And then on top of that, then you have to look at also the applications that you're using, right? These organizations that are developing these applications, they need to develop and they need to abide by some frameworks. And these frameworks are developed by industry bodies, but the government also has a key part to play. So I believe this is a job for everyone. Everybody needs to look at how to secure themselves, but it starts with you, the individual.
As Africa accelerates its digital transformation journey, the conversation is increasingly moving beyond access and infrastructure to another growing concern, the spread of misinformation in the digital age. With Kenya edging closer to another electioneering period, misinformation and disinformation are once again becoming major concerns online. From viral social media posts to politically charged narratives, digital platforms are increasingly becoming battlegrounds for propaganda, manipulated content, and half-truths. In response to this challenge, the Constitution and Reform Education Consortium, commonly known as CRECO, has developed Hakikisha, a Kenyan-built, AI-powered fact-checking application designed to help users verify information in real time. The platform combines artificial intelligence with human oversight to provide fast, accurate, and contextualized verification of information. Users can submit claims in various formats, including text, images, videos, and links. Once submitted, the system analyzes the content using artificial intelligence, cross-references it against credible sources, and produces an almost instant AI-generated verdict. What makes Hakikisha different from conventional search engines is its focus on credibility rather than visibility. While many online platforms prioritize content based on popularity or search optimization, Hakikisha is designed to prioritize verifiable
and trustworthy information while filtering out misleading or low-quality sources. The platform also integrates a human fact-checking layer. After the AI generates its initial assessment, trained fact-checkers review the claim to provide a final human verdict, adding context, nuance, and a deeper analysis where necessary. This becomes especially important during fast-moving or developing stories where artificial intelligence alone may struggle due to limited or incomplete information online. According to CRECO officials, the timing of the application is critical as digital users increasingly experience what experts describe as information fatigue, where the sheer volume of conflicting narratives make it difficult for citizens to distinguish truth from falsehood. Beyond verification, Hakikisha is also designed to encourage digital hygiene by prompting users to question, verify, and critically evaluate the information they consume online. The platform includes a blog section containing curated fact-checked stories, alongside an AI chat feature that allows users to ask general questions on civic processes, governance, and public policy issues. Despite its innovation, developers acknowledge that artificial intelligence still has limitations. Emerging stories that lack sufficient online documentation can sometimes produce incomplete or inaccurate AI responses. However, the integration of human oversight is intended to strengthen accountability and improve overall accuracy. On matters of privacy, CRECO maintains that user data is not sold or used to train AI systems. According to the organization, personal information is collected strictly for account creation, while submitted claims are used solely for fact-checking purposes.
We do not sell users' data because these are the personal information. The personal informations only help the user to create an account. The other claims and the queries that the user submits, they are only used for fact-checking processes. So we have not incorporated any behavioral patterns like the recommendation engines in our application. So we don't use any user's data to train our models. The only thing we are relying on is the knowledge base that we have already integrated or that we have used to train the application. That includes the public documents, the public policies documents, and such as the Constitution of Kenya, the legal processes and all that. That's what we have used to train the application, and the integration of Google search engine to get up-to-date information. But we don't store users' data. The only thing we store is the personal information. The personal information used for registering account and creating the account.
In an era where information spreads faster than ever before, platforms like Hakikisha are positioning themselves as essential tools, not only for journalists and policymakers, but also for ordinary citizens navigating an increasingly complex digital landscape. As Africa continues building a more connected future, the challenge will not only be expanding access to technology, but ensuring that technology strengthens truth, inclusion, innovation, and public trust.
The biggest concern that we always face, we who advocate for information integrity, digital hygiene, is the question on authority. Like, who has the authority when it comes to the truth? Who is the custodian? And that is why the only way we can only do that is ensuring that any information is backed up or is substantiated. And actually, there are queries that we receive that honestly you cannot substantiate. And the verdict is always cannot be substantiated. So what we do is that we always substantiate what by sources. At times we would rather give context rather than a verdict of whether it's true or false. All right. So, but what we are doing is that I think by ensuring that our users know that it's not just a technology that we have disposed to them that they should use, is that we are also intentional about ensuring that there is constant monitoring, and that's how we are ensuring that there is credibility. Actually, users want to get accountability. One of the biggest issues, even with the big tech companies, talk of Facebook, talk of TikTok, and that's why they have been in court, because people are asking, who do we hold accountable for some of the messes that are caused by the very technology? So for us, there is constant monitoring, and in case there is an issue that would require accountability, it is us who are able to do that, because there are humans behind that, monitoring that every day, every night.
Today, I have something to celebrate.
Divorce.
Yeah.
Miss, you okay?
I'm fine. My stomach hurts.
Let me help you out. Really should get back at you. As well as the fees, I put some more cash on your account here. Order whatever you want to eat.
Oh, you made it. My boyfriend. I want you to be my boyfriend.
Why would you want to be with a doorman? I just don't get it. Hey, if you want a boyfriend, I can introduce someone for you.
Listen to the radio. Oh, listen to the radio.
Everyone considered him coward of the county.
I just don't wanna stop. Too much, never too much, never too much, never too much.